Minister Valtonen, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. As the acting Deputy Director of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, it gives me great pleasure to open this year's FIIA Forum and welcome you all here at the Helsinki Music Center today. Last year, on this same stage, the theme of the FIIA Forum was Global Orders in China. This year, we will focus more on Europe and the EU in a year of change. Seldom has an event theme like this been of such central importance. The reasons we are all familiar with. We're living in a rapidly, dramatically changing world. The European security scene and security architecture are undergoing profound transformations. Russia's war on Ukraine is shaking the very foundations of European security and our sense of security. We are in danger of re-entering an era we thought we had left behind, where might makes right. The world around us has changed, so the EU needs to reinvent itself. As we just heard, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, asked our former President, Sauli Niinistö, to write a report on Europe's military resilience and preparedness, a sign of the times. We've come a long way from talking about the EU as a normative power, let alone a civilian power. The West is no longer the only game in town when it comes to setting global norms and parameters for appropriate international conduct, if it ever was. The global scene today is more diverse and complex than it was during or immediately after the Cold War, with a number of non-Western countries, foremost China, intent on making their mark on international norms and institutions. Competing visions and agendas abound. There are no guarantees that the EU's professed core values and normative preferences are in the driver's seat, or even heard much beyond the region itself. Especially not so if we cannot internally even agree on what those values and preferences ought to be. At the same time, global strategic competition in the economic and technological spheres is heating up in ways that challenge Europe and the EU. A world of active industrial policies, massive subsidies and protectionism undermine some of the EU's traditional strengths in upholding fair market competition and preventing beggar-thy-neighbor policies from dominating. At a time when both the United States and China are putting massive efforts into high technology and research and development, and technological innovations in areas such as artificial intelligence are accelerating societal transformation, the EU risks falling severely behind in the knowledge competition. Will the wanted Brussels effect of the EU as a standard-setting regulatory superpower lose its effect in the brave new world that we're entering? All of this also affects, obviously, the development and internal political dynamics of the Union. It seems not an understatement to say today that we live in an era of radical uncertainty. A global pandemic, wars in our backyard, rapid security realignments, and intensifying climate change have all meant that we at FIIA have been kept busy. The relevance of FIIA's research and expertise is probably bigger than ever, as societal demand for our services remains elevated. For us as an institute, this is good. However, for the world, it is less of a positive development. The full name of our legal mandate, the FIIA Act, is the Act on a Research Institute for International Relations and EU Affairs. EU research has been and remains a key part of what we do. FIIA's EU research traditionally has two main directions: the Union's external relations and foreign policy in a horizontal way, and the EU's internal development, including political dynamics and institutions. For these reasons, this year's FIIA Forum will focus on two themes: EU foreign policy in times of transition and the impact of the European elections, and the priorities and strategic goals of the Union for the next 5-year period, including, of course, EU enlargement. The Forum's program also reflects the connection between the external and the internal, which has clearly been an emerging theme globally. Think, for example, of UK domestic politics and Brexit, or US domestic politics and its effects on Ukraine's ability to defend itself. With regard to the Union's foreign policy, we have wanted here to raise the status and views of the Global South, or as some would now prefer to say, the plural South. And one sign of that is that it's very warm and humid here. We have climatized. This also comes from the fact that the EU program encompasses regional studies, for example, the Middle East and Afghanistan. The program also collaborates intensively with FIIA's other programs and research centers that have a regional or sub-regional agenda, such as the Eastern Neighborhood or Asia. Although the focus in the Nordic countries in recent years understandably has been on neighboring regions and security policy, the world around us has not stopped moving. The security of the Nordic countries is deeply intertwined with broader global political trajectories, which is why we want to talk also about these issues in this forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make the most out of this year's FIIA Forum discussions. With these words, I would like to hand the floor over to Program Director Juha Jokela, who will introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
I also want to welcome Minister Valtonen and our distinguished speakers. Some of you have traveled very far away to Helsinki, and we really appreciate your time and effort for this forum. Warm welcome also for all the guests here in Helsinki Music Center, as well as all of you who are watching the live stream of this event. And thank you very much, Mikael, for your kind and insightful opening remarks. The past years have indeed been very turbulent for Europe and the European Union. And as you said, it is important to note that same applies to many regions of the world and world politics and economy in general. And in FIIA, we have aimed to respond to this by adapting our EU research agenda quickly if needed, yet also attempting to stay calm and carrying on with our longer-term core research topics, which many have proved very useful for the past years of crisis. And we have also aimed to increase our efforts to be valued and trusted member of the key European policy studies networks and large-scale research consortiums. And this has helped us to grow, and it has also enabled us to bring in other institutes' expertise to discussions in Finland. We are also aiming very high now to incorporate more and more views and analyses from other regions of the world. Without any further ado, it is now my great pleasure to first of all chair this first keynote session and introduce you Finnish Foreign Minister, Ms. Elina Valtonen. The current parliament now in session is already your fourth parliament. And before becoming a foreign minister, you have served several important positions in the parliament. For instance, chairing the parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee, and you've been also a member of the very powerful CRAN committee overseeing the EU affairs. So we are very delighted that you will provide us remarks as well as answer a couple of my questions in the end of this session. Ms. Valtonen, the floor is now yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, dear Europeans. Jean Monnet stated in 1943 the following: "The countries of Europe are not strong enough individually to be able to guarantee prosperity and social development for their peoples. The states of Europe must therefore form a federation or a European entity that would make them into a common economic unit." This was at a time when Europe was deeply involved in a world war, and his own country, France, was occupied. But Monnet had the courage, even in those circumstances, to present a vision for the future, for peace and for European integration. We must have the same courage to see beyond the carnage of present conflicts and beyond the deficiencies of our common European project. In the European Union, we tend to focus more on our problems and less on our undeniable successes. I think that when traveling in other continents, we have all found great interest in the European model and recognition of the unique depth of integration that we have achieved. For Finland, the European Union is the most important community of values as well as the most important home base, politically and economically. Finland is an active, reliable, and solution-oriented member of the European family. Next June, in just 3.5 months, citizens will take to the polls in the election for the European Parliament. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. Unfortunately, the significance of European decision-making has not been fully reflected in the voter turnaround. In 2019, the overall turnout in Finland was 42.7%. There was a slight increase from 2014, but the Finnish turnout was clearly below the European average. In June, the European Council is planning to adopt the new EU strategic agenda, direction and goals of the Union for 2024 and 29. After that, we will see the new European Commission and its work programme. The priorities of my government in the discussion on the strategic agenda and on the Commission programme will be: first, strengthening Europe's strategic competitiveness. Second, improving comprehensive security in Europe. And thirdly, promoting a clean transition and opportunities for the bioeconomy and circular economy. Finland wants the EU to play big on big issues and smaller in small issues. Responsible and sustainable management of public finances of the EU and its member states is the starting point for making Europe more resilient and future-proof. We need a stronger, deeper and wider single market. There should be no room for nationalistic protectionism within the European continent, and neither so within the transatlantic alliance. We need to focus on the competitiveness of our market and make it the best place for any company, big or small, to start innovating and offering solutions to consumers. While cherishing a transparent market economy and the consumer's freedom to choose, we need to reduce our systemic dependencies on outside autocratic powers. We need to decentralize and diversify supply chains and focus on efficient risk management. Parallel to strategic autonomy, we need emphasis on strategic competitiveness. We cannot and will not become self-sufficient on everything. Instead, we need to focus on creating a flourishing business environment, attracting the best talent globally, achieving sustainable economic growth, and aiming for technological achievement. We need more, not less, free trade agreements and special focus on economic partnerships, especially with African countries. Finland wants to see a globally strong and prospering European Union. The Union will be working with new and old partners around the world to promote our values and interests. Sorry. I am inspired and excited about promoting the EU's Global Gateway Programme, which gives a real stake for our partners to deepen cooperation with the European Union. My heartfelt thanks go to Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen, who has played a key role in making the Global Gateway viable and concrete as a European initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, on the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there was no shortage of eloquent statements of support to Ukraine and strong condemnations of the Russian war of aggression. This was absolutely right. Russia's continuing war against Ukraine is the most serious and direct threat to European security. Unfortunately, we see Russia remain a strategic and existential threat for the long term. Now, what we urgently need more of is renewed action in supporting Ukraine and a credible long-term commitment. Everyone wants the war to end. However, the way to end the war is not to give in to Russia's imperialism, but to fight it on Ukraine's side. Russia has been waging war in Ukraine for 10 years now. Turning a blind eye and stepping back will not appease, but encourage further action. Russia has to be stopped. We have to rapidly find agreement on the Ukraine Assistance Fund, which finally we got the agreement on, and we also support swift conclusion of EU security commitments to Ukraine. We also need to strengthen the capacity of the European defense industry and ramp up ammunition production. This would strengthen Ukraine and our own defense. The aim should be to create a single market for defense material in the Union for the long term. Nationally, we aim to significantly increase our ammunition production. Bilaterally, Finland has provided 1.8 billion euros worth of defense material to Ukraine, and all assistance included, it makes a total around 2.5 billion euros. Finland's support will continue. Further, we need to keep containing Russia and keep the sanctions pressure. I am truly glad that recently the 13th sanctions package was adopted. There's still work to be done in widening the scope of sanctions and increasing pressure on Russia. Furthermore, as EU member states, we need to block remaining loopholes of effective implementation of sanctions and prevention of circumvention, including also Belarus. Accountability is a condition for a just peace in Ukraine. Russia must be held accountable for its violation of international law, including reparations for the damage the war has wrought. We should also take further steps on using the revenues from immobilized Russian assets, and glad to see the Commission's proposal on that this week. Unfortunately, we shall not forget, there are also good news. The European Council adopted the 50 billion euro Ukraine facility, which will provide to Ukraine regular and predictable financial support between now and 2027. The Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the so-called Ramstein Group of 54 countries, continues its valuable coordination of sending military equipment, including yesterday. The Ramstein Group has a connection to NATO. NATO generates transatlantic political support to Ukraine and is running its own comprehensive assistance package, which is designed to keep practical support to Ukraine's security and to help in modernizing Ukraine's defense sector. Here again, continuing good cooperation and dialogue between the European Union and NATO is of utmost importance. Sorry. And again, as good news, even though nobody hoped for a war, especially not the war which takes 2 years, those 2 years show that Ukraine is capable and willing to fight the aggressor together with our continued help. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine's place is in the European Union, and it has done remarkable work under extremely difficult circumstances. Eventually, Ukraine's EU membership and accession to NATO will complement each other. So let me conclude with a few words on EU enlargement. Finland clearly sees its benefits to security and stability on our continent. At the same time, the process needs to continue based on full completion of membership criteria, with rule of law reforms and a well-functioning market economy paving the way to the Union. This merit-based approach is ultimately in the interest of both the acceding countries and EU member states, and especially the people in those countries. We strongly welcome the decisions to open accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova and to grant candidate status to Georgia. We must also make sure to support the countries of the Western Balkans on their EU path. The EU must also internally prepare for the next enlargement. There is no contradiction between widening and deepening European integration. Dear friends, our goal is a safe, prosperous and competitive Europe. I am very much looking forward to possible questions and comments, especially from you, Juha. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Valtonen. We do have some time for questions, and we can see whether we can engage also the audience in this. But let's start with the European security. You mentioned that we are now entered the third year of Putin's illegal full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, and the end of the war is not in sight. The statements coming from Russia after the elections suggest quite the contrary. In this slide, I think it would be interesting to hear a bit your analysis on how you see that the European security and security order will develop now the security is built against Russia or against Russian threat, and what role the European Union and NATO, important context of Finland as a new member, should play and will play in that constellation.
Well, actually, against perhaps mainstream thought, I think Europe is now a more secure place than it was 2.5 years ago, for several reasons. One of, or the most important one being that we have now at least a more coherent and a more realistic risk assessment of what's happening outside of the European Union, also partly within. So that's obviously a starting point for starting to prepare for any defensive action or any deterrence in this case. Secondly, we have actively been building on that deterrence for the past 2 years, increasing our defense spending, ramping up our defense industries, perhaps too slowly, but still we have. It's clearly been a change, and of course we have been assisting Ukraine, because we have to remember that for Ukraine this war obviously that didn't start just 2 years ago, but 10 years ago. Was it yesterday when we had the 10th anniversary of Russia illegally annexing Crimea. So technically we could have started the preparations much earlier. We are doing it now, and it's fantastic, and we just have to be doing it even stronger. And thirdly, well, NATO has expanded, and NATO together with the European Union, where the Finnish position is that there are a lot of tasks for the European Union and a lot of tasks for NATO, which are complementing each other, and the cooperation has to be smooth between these organizations. There's a lot to do, but there are quite many and significant capabilities now also within NATO, also with Finnish and Swedish memberships. Mm-hmm. And fourth, there are so many countries now, a record number of countries in line wanting to join both the European Union and NATO. So if we compare this to any other time and place, of course this shows that our values, the European way of life, is attractive. So from that perspective, I'm positive, but of course there's a lot we need to do, and like I said, Russia unfortunately poses a long-term strategic threat to us.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a follow-up on the role of the European Union and European Union's capability to to be a decisive and effective actor? You mentioned the 50 billion economic assistance package for the Ukraine. In the process, we already saw that the political unity there were difficulties to find that. Do you think European Union has what it takes to be an effective security actor, political actor, economic actor in this changing Europe and world? And would it be already time to consider moving in the qualified majority voting in the CFSP, or perhaps even consider even bigger and broader reforms when it comes to the EU's decision making? I'm here referring back to Monnet during the times of war.
Mm. Well, I'm referring to the government program and not my perhaps even more visionary ideas, but definitely we are open to making room for qualified majority voting in the European Union, which is very important in order to be more effective what comes to foreign and security policy. For instance, in the realm of sanctions, where we have seen that, setting up those programs can be tedious, but then especially the effective implementation is another point. So that for one, but I think there's a lot we can do. It's not just a function of decision making, because we have been creative and we have found ways of acting, for instance, as EU 26 as well, if need be. And in any case, I think it's more important that we are ambitious and working towards those goals which are important to the European Union and our people, even if there was, one country opposing, that we have the chance to move that way instead of forcing a unity at the level which perhaps is suboptimal. So in that respect, I think we're doing the right things now.
Then I would like to move to the question of the global south, or the plural south, which has also been flagged here. We have a new president of the Republic who has also strong credentials in the research community, and he's been writing a book about the world order, or disorder of the world, and there he sees that the order is increasingly shaped by the global West, the global East, meaning that China and Russia is collaborating, and that the global South could play a decisive role in shaping, even perhaps deciding elements of that order. How do you see, from the EU's perspective and Finland's perspective, the role of the so-called global South? What kind of partnerships are possible at the time, in this time of strategic competition, and kind of beneficial? And is there a possibility for EU to really become a key actor in relations with the global South?
Well, indeed, hugely important, and especially I would like to highlight Africa out of the global South context, even though even Africa is a massive continent, obviously, and massive differences between countries, but well, geographically and for many, many reasons, extremely important for Europe that we emphasize the relationship, that we deepen the relationship, and we make it a true partnership for the long term and for the future, because it will be more of a sort of a question of fate for us than for Africa, that we really do that. Well, I think we need to focus very much on economic partnerships, because now what we observe, what has been sort of the attraction of organizations such as BRICS, it's not so much sort of the political coherence or the coherence of values that has attracted countries to join, but it's more those economic benefits and perks, and simply the existence of a development bank, for instance, which gives you loans. So realizing that we need to be active also providing market, or at least half market-based solutions in those countries for investment, benefiting the entire society. And obviously from a European and our value-based perspective, in the sense that we are not imposing, for instance, such loan agreements that, say, China does, where you well, in many cases are fully indebted for life after that. So making use of the vulnerable situation of say, emerging countries and governments. So, I think, for instance, the Global Gateway program, but we should be more effective also in attracting private investments into Africa with the help and with the mitigating the risk from private investments, partly at least, by our public sector and EU vehicles, in order to make that happen, because that will benefit, of course, the people, bring prosperity, and that will also be, showing that, or that will be to our benefit, obviously, economically as well, but then also showing people that, with these values that we have, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, you can also prosper. Mm-hmm. Because, and that's why I emphasize so much this strategic competitiveness, because in the long term, we can be standing up for our values as much as we want, but if we lose this economic game, then our footprint simply becomes smaller in the world.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you see a clear link also between strategic competitiveness and the foreign and security policy.
Absolutely.
Economy
right.
matters.
Well, it's exactly as you say. Well, the most simple, example of that is that, say, in 10 years' time, if the Finnish, taking just Finland out of several or 27 EU member states, if our public finances are doing as badly as they are now, then probably we will have more difficulties in raising our, say, defense spending, even if it was very much needed from deterrence point of view. Of course, if we were in a serious crisis situation, then that's where you would put all of your money. But building deterrence, requires that you also have the means to do it. Or any situation, of course, requires the means to do it, also from an economic point of view. But it's more than that. It's more than just the ability to do public spending, or spend on not just, say, directly defense or foreign policy and civilian infrastructure, and say also border security, whether on a national or EU level. It's whether we are attractive as a union of values. And in this regard, I'm fairly optimistic. I have to be, because otherwise it will be sometimes difficult to wake up in the morning. But if I think to myself, I mean, if you give any person in the world the chance to decide whether you live in an autocracy or in a place where you can decide for your own self and say, pick the job you want to do for the benefit of your family, start a business and prosper while doing that, and having full political freedoms, full equality, independent of your background, then I would say that almost 100% of people would choose this other alternative. Mm. But we just have to make sure that it's attractive also from this sort of point of view, that it also makes you prosper, because that's in many countries where you haven't, you are not necessarily not in full-scale poverty any longer, but you are in a place where you want to achieve more things, then it plays a significant role. So we have to be that attractive place. Again, I would say.
Yes. Now I'm looking at the timer and I see that we have some time left, so I would open the floor for quick questions, comments from the audience. Maybe we can take one or two. We could start from here, and if you could briefly also introduce yourself, name and affiliation is enough.
Hello, Maxim Kravchuk, Embassy of Ukraine. Minister, first of all, thank you very much for comprehensive support by Finland to Ukraine, for all kind of leadership and for advocacy for Ukraine on on all directions, including EU. And in this regard, I would like to ask you two questions. First of all, what is your personal assessment of their sense of urgency nowadays in Europe regarding several things? First of all, regarding the critical necessity of full restoration of territorial integrity of Ukraine. The second are full integration of Ukraine to EU and NATO, and on full restoration of justice, because these three things is key pillars of a just and lasting peace. And so my second question here, what is your personal observation how fast we can start practically accession negotiations, I mean Ukraine and the EU, and what is your expectations from the Washington NATO summit? You know that we look forward to be invited to the membership to start our preparation, which we could implement after the war. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ambassador. There were three questions, and maybe we take those now and give the Minister the floor.
Thank you, Maxim. And then you give me 4 minutes time for answering these wonderful, long and important questions. Well, first of all, the sense of urgency, well, it's there, and I think it's there again, renewed. I think on so many levels, there's now really the sense of understanding that we have to do more in simply providing the short and medium term and, let's say, the acute support that Ukraine needs, which goes to show in the fact, for instance, the Czech initiative on ammunition, and also that we were able to push through this 5 billion top-up to the EPF. Let's say the French initiative, if you will, even though many countries, including my country, is hesitant in, say, sending boots on the ground. We are not doing that at the moment, not willing to discuss even, but it certainly brought this topic up. And I'm not saying this in any contrast to, say, Germany, who has been all along quietly supporting Ukraine very, very massively, which has to also be said aloud very clearly, because people are kind of stuck in the position of just criticizing what Germany does, even though, you know, based on absolute euros and also in relative terms, they are doing a lot. So I think the sense of urgency is there, and certainly there's full support for future EU and NATO memberships, and of course quite many of these criteria which have to be fulfilled for both memberships are very much aligned and parallel, and also Finland, of course, very keen to help, and we have also been there to help you. I can't predict on behalf of all 27 members what the timetable will be, but I would say that everybody is at least very, very, very impressed with the progress that Ukraine has been able to make in these circumstances, so fully applauding that. What comes to the Washington summit, I'm sure there will be clear wordings on Ukraine's future NATO membership. There are plans to further institutionalize Ukraine's path to NATO. We already have the NATO-Ukraine Council, which on the foreign ministers level I've been happy to attend, and will also attend just next or the week after, can't remember. But early April we will have the next foreign ministers NATO meeting, where also Ukraine will be present. So I think the support is solid, it's there, and again the Finnish position is that independent of any elections in the US, we respect the outcome of any democratic election. We just need to be doing more as Europe for the support of Ukraine, but also for the long-term credible deterrence of ourselves, of our very selves. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Valtonen. It is now 1:45, and it's time to end this first keynote session. Thank you also from Ambassador for your excellent questions. Let's give an applause for Minister. And after this session, it's now time to give floor to my colleague, Dr. Niklas Hellvig, who is a leading researcher in FIIA's EU research program. And he will lead the way for the next keynote speech as well as a panel. So Niklas, the floor is now yours.
Yeah, welcome also from my side to the FIIA Forum, and welcome to this next panel session on the European Union in a changing world. Juha already introduced me. My name is Niklas Helvig, and I'm a leading researcher in FIIA's European Union and Strategic Competition Program. And I will be moderating this session for the next 75 minutes. So we already heard from the minister about the changes that are going on in the world and the changes that the EU is facing in the international order were really on full display in the last 2 years when Europe was responding to the war in Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and also responding to the war in the Middle East. It became very clear that many countries in what is, for the lack of a better term, often referred to as the Global South, do not readily sign up to the European perspectives and European policies on many of the issues that we are facing. So take, for example, the Russian war against Ukraine. Many global partners joined Europe in the UN to condemn the Russian attack on Ukraine. But in the end, many important players were also hesitant to impose sanctions on Russia. According to some statistics, 2/3 of the world population live in countries that have only, in a limited way or not at all, restricted trade with Moscow. So Europeans had actually the moral arguments on their side when it came to the response to the war in Ukraine. But it's quite clear that we lost the high ground in our response to the war in the Middle East right now. Without the right compassion for the immense suffering of the people in Gaza, we actually stopped to be seen as the good guys around the world. And Europeans often believe themselves to be kind of the beacon for certain liberal values and the international order. But yeah, instead we are now accused of double standards, and not without reason. So this loss of credibility is also beginning to hurt us when we are rallying for global support for Ukraine. So Europe is facing deep challenges in its relations with the countries of the Global South. Instead of choosing sides in the global competition, powerhouses such as India, South Africa, Brazil, they are what some researchers called multi-aligned and ready to engage with China, with the US, with Europe, more selectively and based on their interests. And looking ahead to the elections in the United States later this year, it's, I think, also clear that more trouble is possibly on its way when we look at EU's global partnerships. So the world is extremely complex. And that is why I'm extremely happy to have such a great and esteemed panel with me here today on the stage that will help us unpack some of these pressing issues and maybe even give us some advice on how Europe can better navigate this very complex international environment. So I will first introduce the three panelists that we have today. We are very grateful to have Elizabeth Sidiropoulos with us. She certainly has the longest way here to travel here, all the way from South Africa. And not only that, she also had the biggest temperature difference from Johannesburg to Helsinki. So we're really grateful that you are here and will enrich us with your perspectives. She is the Chief Executive of the South African Institute of International Affairs. Her areas of expertise lie in South African foreign policy, Africa and external powers, global governance, and South-South cooperation. She has an impressive publication list, of course, but she's also a very active commentator in international media and also an advisor to various governing bodies, including at the United Nations and also within Europe. And after her keynote speech, we will be joined by two more distinguished guests on the stage. Ilke Teugur is the director of the Center for Innovation in Global Politics and Economics at the IE University in Madrid. She focuses on global affairs, transatlantic relations, and the European Union and Latin America. And there's a long list of different think tanks and universities that she either worked for, did research, to name a few, the European University Institute in Florence or the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, so really the big places in Europe. And she's also a senior associate with the CSIS in Washington, D.C., and the board member of the Trans-European Policy Studies Association, TEPSA, that I have to mention because FIIA is also a part of this, and it's one of our important European cooperation frameworks. Finally, Tony Haastrup. She's a chair in global politics at the University of Manchester, and she's an award-winning academic with a long publication record, and she has established an excellent reputation as a leading expert and scholar on Africa-EU relations, on feminist foreign policy, and on the women, peace, and security agenda. So we have really a nice panel to look forward to. But before all the panelists come up, I will now invite Elizabeth to give her keynote remarks and to start us off with the discussion. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks very much, Nicholas. Good afternoon, everybody. There is a particular reason I only tried to come to the far north in May or June, and it was proven to me this morning. So, but nevertheless, it was lovely to see snow. We don't get to see enough of it in Johannesburg, and I always feel very excited, like a little girl, when I see snow. So thank you again very much for the opportunity to be here and to participate in and I think a very important discussion, and a discussion that obviously there is a lot of interest in, but also a lot of differences of opinion, not least in terminology. So, and I will sort of start perhaps a little bit with the points that were made a little earlier around the Global South. So this is a term that has really grown in prominence in the discussions, in the public debate probably over the last 2 years, I think, since the invasion of Ukraine, and it's elicited a lot of Global South, use of the inverted comma, the quotation marks. Some call it the plural South, and I think there's a lot of contestation of the term. And I also understand that the European Commission has preferred that the term is not used in official documents. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. But the globe, and absolutely the Global South is very different. It's very diverse. You can't compare a country like India, economically or politically, with a small country on the African continent, whether it's Malawi or Togo or whatever. You can't compare it with South Africa or Brazil or Argentina. But the term is about something else. It's not whether there are similarities in political, economic systems or sizes, or that they necessarily agree on everything. But they do agree on one thing, which is that the global order, much as many of them support a multilateral system, believe in the importance of a rules-based system, that might is not right, that there are rules that everybody follows. They also argue that the way in which the current system operates, and I want to use the term operates because sometimes the principles and the rules are not the problem, but the way in which they are used and applied. The way in which the global system operates now disadvantages them, or they do not have sufficient voice. And they have grievance in that regard. And I think that's where they come together. Even if they may have different opinions on how we engage on issues at the UN Security Council, or in the WTO, or indeed on climate change, the issue is that's what binds them together. And so in that sense, Global South has a definition. It is a term that can be used with a degree of clarity. The other point I want to sort of say at the outset, or talk about it at the outset, is really the concept of, well, let me put it this way, the world is changing. So, you know, this is the title of the conference this afternoon. And we've already heard both from the Deputy Director as well as the Program Director in the previous session and the Minister, the many ways in which it has changed. So multilateralism is contested. We have the China-US trade and technology disputes. We have conflicts rising, not just in the first instance, the great surprise, of course, in Europe, perhaps a little less of a surprise in the Middle East, but if we look certainly across the continent of Africa, we also have, I think, significant challenges that we're facing there in terms of conflicts, and we have the capabilities of non-state actors becoming much greater than they might have been 50 years ago. I've just come from a conference, so I didn't come directly from Johannesburg, but I came from a conference in Milan where a lot of the conversation was on artificial intelligence and what can be done with it and who can do things with it. And you know, the ability of us to actually control that space is increasingly limited. And yes, there are regulations, but even those may not be able to tackle it. So the world has changed. But Africa has changed as well, and it's changed incrementally over the last several decades. Part of it has to do, of course, with the rise of China, but part of it also has to do with the way in which, particularly over the last 20 years, Africa has sort of tried to get its house in order. And the caveat is, of course, that we have a resurgence of conflict, particularly in the Sahel and across the broad band of the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. But certainly in many ways, institutionally, Africa has tried to change the way in which it does things and to take greater control of its trajectory. So I think there is definitely a more confident Africa, recognizing that the continent is not monolithic, that there are problems, and it has also recognized in this new confidence that the way in which the global power dynamics are shifting creates opportunities for it to leverage. Okay, and anybody who has a 5-year-old will know that they leverage off the one parent or the other. I'm not suggesting Africa has parents here, but it's a natural human thing to do, right? There are opportunities. There are opportunities to engage with China and to glean benefits from there, particularly economic, developmental benefits in many instances. There are also opportunities to engage with the EU. The EU continues to be a very, very important partner of the European Union, of Africa, not just the African Union, at a number of levels. But it has given Africa greater choice. And that's a good thing. And that's where I want to talk a little bit about what has also risen in prominence over the last couple of years, and the concept of either multi-alignment, which comes particularly from Indian analysis of the global context. It's a term that has also been used by the Indian Foreign Minister, Jai Shankar, in his book, and it's something that I think India practices very well, multi-alignment. You know, it's a member of the Quad, it's a member of the BRICS. It's a member of the G20, building bridges and so on. In other parts of the developing world, the term that has been used, particularly since the invasion of Ukraine, has been non-alignment. And non-alignment, and this is something that my own country has used very much since the Ukraine war, and we can argue about whether we have executed it adequately or not. But non-alignment really argues again, and let's not confuse it with the non-aligned movement, but it argues again that we don't want to be automatically in one camp or another. Okay? We will determine, as on a particular issue, we will determine where our interests would direct us. And we may sort of try to stay in the middle, or we may say on this matter, we're here, and on that matter, we might be there. Now, I would argue that in executing it, there might be challenges. But the sort of philosophical thinking behind that is that Africa's primary objectives are about development, and that in pursuing that, there are benefits to be gained by engaging with all actors. Might be digital, might be with China on Huawei and digital infrastructure. It might be with the Americans, I don't know, on, well, South Africa exports a lot of automobiles to the US. We export a lot of finished, semi-finished products to the EU. It depends. But we can benefit. We don't want to burn our bridges. Okay, so that's the basic principle of that, and I would argue that yes, we can probably have a lot of discussion about whether that's the way in which it has played out. So that is the way that Africa is positioning itself at the moment, and so there is a great deal more kickback and pushback against the way in which the EU and the US, I would argue, have engaged with Africa in the past. And I think that context of changing dynamics, more contestation, which also means that Africa becomes an important player. It's not we were having this discussion over lunch, it's not a geopolitical actor in the way that India or China is, but it certainly is a region that you cannot ignore, nobody can ignore, but it's not passive. So it's not that this is just a playground for everybody. So I want to make that distinction, that we have an important role to play. That's why I think some of these engagements are becoming quite fraught. And then at the same time, of course, we have a Europe that is trying to come to grips with this very changed environment, particularly in the last 2 years. I mean, nobody would have thought there would have been a war on the European continent, and a number of the assumptions that perhaps some countries had more than others have now been shattered. You know, what is it? Relying on the US for security, Russia for energy, China for trade. I mean, all of those, I think, have come under question. And so I think Europe itself is trying to reposition itself. And I think we have heard a lot about the importance of a more equal partnership, with the emphasis on partnership between Africa and the European Union. And that, I think, at a conscious level, articulates the realization that the partnership needs to be more equal, but it hasn't really materialized fully in the practical level, in the way in which, in the default way. I think it's important to make the point that both the continent, both Africa and Europe, as I said before, are committed to multilateralism. We believe that multilateralism is important. We don't necessarily agree on what needs to change, though. And that is something that I want to come back to just now. I think it's also important to emphasize that if you were to speak to a number of African civil society actors, citizens, and so on, who have benefited from the support that the European Union and different member states have given to civil society in African countries, they would have a fairly favorable view of it. You know, the European Union has been supportive in many ways, both through research but also through concrete support of local actors, of opening up the political space over several decades on the continent. And that's important, and we mustn't forget that. Clearly, this is not necessarily something that certain elites might like, but I think it's important to sort of disaggregate between elites and society, and so that is important. It's also been an important supporter of the AU institutions, and one of the challenges that we on the continent face, which is the ability to actually fund our own institutions effectively and the projects related with, that those institutions run. And, you know, and peace and security is an important dimension of this. It's been an important trade partner, an important investment partner. In South Africa alone, it employs, European companies employ something like 300,000 workers. I mean, that's a lot, and very important for a country with a significant unemployment rate. And of course, it's development cooperation. There are certain things, though, that Europe can't change. And one of those is history and colonialism. And you know, that has happened. Not everybody has been involved. The Finns were not colonialists. But certainly one can argue that Europe as a whole, and I say that as a white person living in South Africa as well, we have inherent biases in the way in which you see the world. And I think that's been one of the underlying sort of currents that often comes up when we talk about EU-Africa and the way in which the European Union sort of engages with Africa. It's not necessarily that everybody has a colonial past, but it's those sort of subconscious power dynamics that play out, which I think we need to all be much more aware of. In history, you can't change history, okay? History is what it is, but you can certainly, going forward, in the first instance, not repeat it, but learn from the history in ways that would help you to engage better. We can't wipe out what has happened, but we can certainly try to be better people or better actors in that regard. And of course, I think countries in the north, like Finland, Sweden, etc., I think often get tarred with the same brushstroke that might tar other European countries in terms of their particular, more recent engagement on the continent. And clearly the Nordics have a particular reputation, and I think a really good, if I just think of also South Africa, a really good rapport and engagement with African countries. So let me, because I suspect I will probably have to start wrapping up now, right, Chair? Let me highlight a few of the points that have hurt the relationship in the last few years. And part of it, of course, is that subliminal element. But let me highlight a couple of other points. An overarching sort of critique is that, and that became very clear for understandable reasons up to a point, it became very clear with the Ukraine war, is Europe doesn't listen, okay? So this was granted. Ukraine was something that I think Europe was really taken completely by surprise and was existential for many of you. But certainly in the initial period, there was no attempt to try to understand why countries might have slightly different perspectives. And that's just one example. But the point is, there was a sense that Europe needs to listen more. Europe needs to respect the positions of other countries more. Europe has to be careful about dictating, and that's the way it's often perceived, a common agenda. And here I do use the inverted commas intentionally, okay? Whether it's drafting a sort of a joint communique initially, or trying to come up with a joint strategy, okay? There is the issue of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which I think is a really important contribution to fighting climate change. But the timetable, the way in the short term it's going to disadvantage a number of African countries and other developing economies who won't be able to transition as quickly as the timeline dictates, is seen as giving with the one in development cooperation, but taking with the other in terms of carbon border adjustment mechanisms, and how that will impact on sectors that may not be able to respond adequately. And in the green transition discussion, of course, the very quick way in which the EU pivoted after the war and the challenges around energy to ramping up coal-fired power stations, you know, reintroducing debates that, you know, that had been parked in the past, etc. Sort of a set, but you know, not factoring that into conversations in other parts of the developing world. And then there is the issue of migration, which is a long-standing issue of contestation and problems. And really, again, unfortunately, it sort of reared its head during the Ukraine crisis. The way in which Ukrainians were received versus the way in which Africans, again fleeing Ukraine, were received, or the more long-standing issue of the way in which generally people crossing the Mediterranean, etc., are responded to. And then there was the issue of vaccines and the pandemic. So I'm not going to go into all of that. I think this is also an opportunity, because the world is changing, for Africa to reflect a little bit more in terms of getting its own house in order. Absolutely. The coups that have broken out, the poor governance that is a key reason for much of that. These are all issues that we haven't been able to address as effectively as we might have thought we could through the institutions that we created in the last 20 years. And of course, the ability to finance our own institutions is also critical. So what we need to think about as a collective, and it's a challenge on the continent, and we're going to see some of those potential tensions emerge also as the AU takes on its position now as a member of the G20, is what are the key strategic priorities that we as a continent want to put on the agenda in our engagement with Europe, in our engagement with the US, in our engagement with China, with India, with the G20, okay? And we battle to come up with key priorities. We often have a laundry list, and that's a problem, because a laundry list then allows you to pick and choose, but you don't actually look really at the issues that would be transformative, and I think that's critical. How do we put issues on the agenda with the EU that will ensure that it's transformational for our societal developmental objectives? Obviously, there are a number of issues that I've highlighted where we can look at ways that can be less costly, but I think there is also a bigger discussion for us to have. And lastly, I think we need to recognize as a continent that we are an important geopolitical actor. Maybe not, we're not a great power, but we have a role to play in what's happening. And I think equally it's important for Europe to recognize that as well. So it shouldn't be the default mindset, which is the donor and recipient. Okay, I think the world has changed in that regard. And then lastly, perhaps to say that, to end on a positive note, we all agree that there are things that have to happen to reform the global system, apart from the bilateral relationship. Let's not underestimate the importance of working together, so the importance for the bilateral relationship in working together on resolving or helping to reform some of the elements of the global governance system that are feasible in the short term and that can make a significant impact in the longer term. And I would see that as a really strong platform upon which we can build a new kind of partnership. Africa has really, in the last couple of years, built up its thinking about particularly the global financial architecture, debt and SDRs and the Bretton Woods institutions, and how it would like to see some things change. And that, a lot of that is, in a lot of those things, Europe is an important and key player. It's not the key player, but it's an important player. And I think if we start building trust about working together on issues that are important for Africa, not just for Europe, in terms of the global superstructure, I think that could be a really strong platform to build a reformed international system, but also to help us advance the bilateral relationship. There's water.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for this keynote speech. I think at this point I bring in the other panelists as well. And I want to start with Ilke. So you have been traveling quite a lot through Europe recently and looked at following the debates all across Europe very closely, and also have this very good insights from Brussels. So I want to give you some possibility now to make your initial remarks, and was wondering, for you, what are the difficulties for the EU, for the European Union, really, in navigating these complex issues? Why is it so difficult for the European Union?
Okay. Thank you very much, first of all, for this, and also for the whole inspiring initial remarks. This is a very tough question, but I think I'm going to just make 3 points. Since we're in a mood of lecturing the EU, I'm gonna continue with the trend, and just say 3 things that I see that is important for the EU to decide moving forward. For the first one is going to be that the EU should decide if it's going to try to save the existing order or emerge as a formative power for a new 21st century order. Secondly, I'm going to elaborate a bit on the EU should decide on its approach to interdependencies, because this approach will relate it to the other countries and regions in the world. And thirdly, I will also suggest that the EU should decide for the years to come if it's going to focus more on its regional standing or on its global standing. So let me elaborate a bit in a few minutes on these. Starting with the first question, which is a tough one. Will the EU cling on the existing world order, or will the EU behave as a formative player? And the answer to this question will also come, I think, after the elections, both in the European Parliament, but also in the United States. Because I think the relationship between the European Union and the United States and the level of cooperation between them also in some cases limits the EU's capacity to act in relationship with third actors. Don't take me wrong, I'm a very convinced transatlanticist. As you have said, I have an affiliation in Washington, DC. I travel a lot, but when it comes to the EU's own relationship with third countries, I really see an issue there that the EU has also issues related to owning some of the mistakes that were committed by the United States in the past. And for some countries, and just that there's a big West basket that the European Union has put there as well, even if it's the biggest giver of development aid or tries to help or support green transition in other regions, etc., etc. So I think this is going to be a moment of questioning this issue. Secondly, the conversation about interdependencies, because as you know, inherently for the European Union, interdependencies were perceived as the key to peace and prosperity. No, this is the underlying logic of European integration for all these decades since the Second World War. But today, how we approach the interdependencies after the energy dependency to Russia, a critical raw materials dependency to China, all the supply chain problems after COVID-19, we are entering through a period where interdependencies are perceived as threats. But if we can look at the economic security strategy of the EU, etc. Then we have this concept of strategic interdependence, which will be very important moving forward and which will also define the EU's relationship with third countries. Because these strategic interdependencies will actually be used for forming better relationships, shaping trade relationships, shaping approaches to different regions. And for me, this is very, very, very important, because it is the moment where European foreign policy should focus basically to a world of political coexistence and competition all at the same time. And for me, this is a very defining factor when you are looking from a supranational institution that believed in its entire life that integration is good, interdependencies are good, and everything that relates the EU to a multilateral system of values is good. So this is for me, it's a change of conversation, change of thinking. You know, just like there will be partners in the world that we will politically coexist, we will compete, and we will still work together for achieving common goals, for example, like fight against climate change. So that's very important for me. And the third comment, and then basically maybe bringing the conversation to a bit my own territory, we like very much this, no, the EU as a geopolitical power, global player. But at the end of the day, EU is a supranational institution with budgets, policies, priorities, institutional setup, 27 member states. And with the enlargement being back on the table, the conversation about reform and deepening. Reform is not exactly deepening. I want to underline that as well. It's not exactly the same thing. We have many soul searching to do also in the continent, and how the EU as a supranational institution relates to candidate countries, neighboring countries, and the regions. So I really wonder, and this is a genuine question, so I'm going to leave there so that you can move it around. Genuine question that. Should the EU focus, at least in the short to medium term, that's like 3 to 5 years, to the next European Commission, should it be focusing more on agreeing on the member state level on the priorities, policies, and how we will pay for them? Because the budgetary conversation is coming and it's extremely important, or should it rather focus on building on its global stance and geopolitical player in the world without necessarily falling into the great power competition trap between the United States and China? I will leave it there.
Yeah, two big conversations that probably will happen at the same time, but it's important to pick priorities as well. Tony, your research examines critically also the global role of the European Union, which is often in its actions and the interpretation of the rule-based order, it's often more self-serving than it likes to admit. So is our worldview in Europe, is it sometimes too Eurocentric and too much focused on us?
So
we're talking the whole time.
Give the ball to
I guess my answer to that is yes, but because you know, we're in Europe, so of course it's going to be Eurocentric. What else is it going to be? I guess the answer is about the relativeness of how focused on us are we really. And a lot of things, of course, have, you know, when we're talking about, you know, as Ilke just said, the choice between, are we going to be looking at what's happening here, or are we going to be looking at what's happening globally? And the answer is, I don't know that the EU will have that choice to make, frankly. Because on the one hand, you know, when you're thinking about budgets, you can think, for example, about budgets related to what it is that you do around migration and you know, what member states are contribution to sort of deter migration, for example. But this becomes very fundamental to the EU's relationship with Africa, for example, not just regionally at the African Union level or sub-regionally at the you know, West Africa, East Africa, IGAD, and ECOWAS, but actually also between individual countries, and that has implications, of course, for politics there as well. So I suspect that the EU is not really going to have a choice, but for a very long time, and I guess this is where the Eurocentrism comment comes in, I think the EU often thinks it has a choice, that it can do one now, another later, or one or the other. And that, as we were speaking about earlier, I think also causes a bit of contestation, not just between sort of Africa and Europe, or, you know, neighborhood and the EU, but also within the EU's own apparatus, for example, so that we can see differences in opinions from the folks who work at delegation level versus the folks who work at headquarters versus the folks who work at embassies in third countries, for example. And so the degree of Eurocentrism is actually quite malleable and adaptable and always moving. It is my view, though, that by and large, the ways in which the EU has gone about its engagement reflects what a lot of the research is saying about Eurocentrism and why it can be quite problematic to EU policy perspectives. But I do think that there are practical ways in which the people who work on behalf of the EU, because at the end of the day, we talk about the EU as if it's this thing that is quite unreachable, but there are people who are actually tasked with doing the work of the European Union. And we see it a lot in the language that these folks use with respect to third countries. There's a reason why we have different types of strategic partnerships, and even when we don't have strategic partnerships, we have varying agreements. The language of equal partnership, another one you might have heard is local ownership. It came from the EU itself, but we have been talking about this since about 1994. Every single summit between the EU and Africa mentions these three things consistently, every time, every 2 years, we come back to these terms. How is it possible that in almost 30 years, we've still not achieved a measure of equality and partnership? And this is something the EU itself, and I should say folks who work for the EU, admit all of the time. And it kind of reached a boiling point recently when, for the first time, it was the Africans who canceled the Africa-EU summit. For those of us who are wonky about this and really get into the dips, it was really interesting for us because in previous years, I, for example, would get emails from folks who work for the African Union saying, well, you're in Europe and you work on the EU. Do you know what is going to be on the program? Because they've not been given a program by the Commission. If you respect your partner, you give them the program, or at the very least, actually come up with the program together. And then what Elizabeth said earlier, send them a draft. Afterwards, then they draft this communique, which the African bit signs up to, but is really drafted in the EU. And for the first time, Africans took power and said, actually, we're not going to do that summit. And there was a whole panic on the EU side, like, why is this happening? And the question is, you know, there is the weight of history, but I think that often Europe talks about that weight of history, except for those in the global south. And here I speak about Africa because this is the space I know the most. But to an extent, it's coming up with respect to Latin America as well. It is very much the present. It's not about the colonization or coloniality of the past, but the practices that mirror and reinforce these global hierarchies. So 3 things I think can be useful is acknowledging that, you know, there are diverse perspectives, and this is what the research tends to highlight, but beyond that, listening to those diverse perspectives and be genuinely wanting to integrate those diverse perspectives in the ways in which you're engaging with third actors. The second is inclusive policies. By and large, we know what the EU is about. Most of the people in the world are not naive about what it is that the EU is about. But at the end of the day, despite this narrative about equal partnerships, it often feels like it's 1 step forward and then 5 backwards in terms of moving towards this aim that both partners have. So I think an interrogation of how do we create inclusive policies so that third countries, not everybody's going to be completely happy, but they feel that they've had a say in what is being developed. And finally, and perhaps this I think goes very much beyond the European Union, and this is where perhaps the US also comes in. It is not my view, actually, that some of the issues folks have with the US is compounded when it comes to the EU. In Africa, it's perhaps vice versa. That some of the issues that African countries have with the EU sometimes spills to their relationship with the US. But at the same time, there are things that can be owned that is both US and Europe together, although not necessarily the EU. So one example is a lot of African countries have not forgotten about Libya and the choice that the US, France, and the UK made, because it still has repercussions all over the continent, not just North Africa, not just the Horn of Africa, all over the continent. There's a direct correlation between what happened in Libya and what happened in Mali and what is happening in the Sahel. So it's very difficult, I think, for folks to get over that when it's not acknowledged on this end. So I think working towards, as I said, I don't think this is going to happen tomorrow, but an acknowledgement that we need to really think about the ways in which the power imbalances in the international system has had tangible consequence for the everyday lives of Africans, not just at sort of elite level negotiations. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Elizabeth, I want to bring in the question of Ukraine into the conversation and the global response to the Russian war of aggression and the role that some countries in the global south played there. You had this very interesting concept of a new version of non-alignment. What would you answer to people from this region, but also from elsewhere, who actually see non-alignment not as an option when it comes to condemning the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and see this not as just a regional conflict, regional war, but actually as something that unarguably has global implications and hence needs to find a strong global answer. Is non-alignment there really like, is that how the world works in this case, or do we have to be more realistic? And what can Europe do to convince countries like South Africa to be more outspoken and more have a more hardline approach towards Russia in this case?
So I mean, I think it's a very good question, and one that certainly in the South African dialogue, in the South African dialogue places, has garnered a lot of attention. You know, non-alignment doesn't necessarily mean you don't take a position. That's the first point. So it doesn't mean you sit in the middle, you know, like Solomon. It does mean that you're not automatically in one camp or another. Having said that, in the particular case of Ukraine, there was a clear violation of the UN Charter. Clear violation of the UN Charter. I mean, it's a sovereign state. And South Africa, in fact, in the first day of the war, pretty much said that. And it has subsequently said that. I think South Africa, in terms of the way in which it handled the Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, created a lot of mixed messaging, because I think there wasn't just one avenue of communication. And I mean, I'm not going to go through all of the developments over the course of the first year of the war. Suffice to say that I think, particularly after the announcement of the African Peace Initiative and the visit by President Ramaphosa and also by the other African heads of state to Ukraine, the discussion with President Zelensky, I think there has been a recalibration, certainly at the government level, if not necessarily at the level of the ANC. But there has been a recalibration. So, but let me go back. I think the Ukraine war, we've all recognized, has global consequences. In the case of Europe, they might have been very specific in terms of really existential security threats. They may have affected your energy. They did affect your energy prices. They've affected the world in terms of food prices and cost of living. But on the African continent, of course, there were very real life and death in a different sense implication in terms of food security, and the fact that we discovered in the early weeks of the war that some countries relied virtually entirely for their grain from either Ukraine or Russia or a combination of both. And in fact, that recognition was also one of the reasons that you also saw the initiative by the chair of the AU Commission and the chair of the AU at the time, President Macky Sall of Senegal, going to I think it was Sochi, and having initial discussions, which finally, under the umbrella of the UN and Turkey's involvement, etc., led to the first Black Sea Grain Initiative. So very real consequences for Africa. So, but I think, and this is where it becomes a little grayer, and it's the same conversation that one can have on Gaza and the Middle East, okay? There is a sense, and I know we have a Ukrainian colleague here, and he'll probably take issue with me over tea. There is a sense that on some levels, there was provocation from the West. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to, I'm sort of conveying a particular perspective. And that there isn't sufficient appreciation by the West and by NATO of security concerns of Russia. Now, I know that's the narrative that Russia puts out there, but I also know that even within NATO, there has been over the years a strong discussion about whether NATO should expand. Now, the counter argument is that the reason countries are asking to join NATO is because they feel insecure. Okay, it's not that sort of the US is going to Ukraine and saying, you will join us now. Okay, the country feels insecure. But that's part of the narrative that is a very important element of the conversation happening in many African countries. And the other point, and this relates also to Libya, for example, the recognition that at some point there has to be a negotiated settlement. And that even the countries that voted in favor, that condemned the Russian invasion at the UN at the UN General Assembly, also argued for a really real commitment to how you de-escalate and how you create opportunities for dialogue. Now, we can argue that that was too early, and I would agree. But there is a particular perspective which is colored by the way in which NATO has engaged in the recent past in wars in Asia and Africa. And that this was seen in that context. And unfortunately, that's the way it plays out in terms of the perceptions and decisions that countries take. And then we had the reverse happen in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's really the war on narratives is really the key term here, I think, that is playing out, where different narratives on the Russian war of aggression are reflected in this discussions in the Global South, and probably the European reaction in Gaza didn't help in winning this war.
No, in fact, it proved it. The double standards. Although we can argue that I think developing countries also have to reflect a little on our positions on Ukraine initially. Okay.
Tony, I want to ask you a question on EU-Africa relations. You already brought it up, and I think it's really, the minister also brought EU-Africa relations up, and it's really an important issue. Especially, we have seen this big decline in recent years. We have seen military missions being booted out of the Sahel region in Niger, Mali, Chad. The migration policies with the North African country is really rather like a transactional migrants against cash policy. We really seem to be losing. We seem to be losing Africa. Is that the same perspective that you have? And what should we do differently? What went wrong in for example, in the Sahel? Are we not listening enough? Are we not tuned in too much into the...
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the first thing to say would be, did you ever have Africa? And if you perceive that you had Africa, maybe that's the problem.
Right.
No, I mean, that's a joke, because I actually do think, at least in my experience, that across the continent, there is a feeling that the EU and EU states, for historical reasons, are natural partners. I don't think that has actually gone away. It's just that there are now more options, and there's a sense that in the same way that individual EU member states are allowed to explore their options, why shouldn't African countries be allowed to explore those options? because there's often a perception that, to explore those options has to be antagonizing the EU. And in a sense, actually, for a few years over the last 7, there was always a feeling that the EU's engagement with Africa was contingent on their perception of what they thought China was doing in Africa, rather than engaging with African countries and African institutions in their own terms. But the other part of this, when we sort of think about security, is, in 2007, under the auspices of the African Union, but it was actually individual African states, all of them together, with the European Union and EU member states individually, you agreed to something called the Joint Africa-EU Strategy. One of the key dimensions of that was peace and security. It also had migration, it had science and technology, it had climate change. In 2007, at a time where the EU itself was evolving, there was a sense that this would be the path forward. And what it meant, of course, was that direct continent-to-continent engagement, region-to-region engagement. After all, the EU was already supporting institutions like the African Union. The EU is still one of the biggest supporters of the EU. It seemed natural, and it kind of made sense practically for the EU as well. But since 2007, it seems as if the EU has gone out of its way to bypass the Joint Africa-EU Strategy when it feels that it might delay things that it really wants to do. And it would claim things like, well, the country wanted us in, so that's why we're not using this framework that is supposed to be interests and values wrapped up in one. And we definitely see that in sort of the migration deals with some North African countries, but also engagements around preventing African migration to Europe. And I think sometimes this is one of the reasons why, at least in my own work, I'm trying to pay more attention not just to elite-level conversations. When the EU signs a deal with Tunisia, 2 days after the president says some of the most racist things that are not acceptable in Europe under the policies and the laws of Europe, but we think, well, that's okay, we'll sign an agreement with them because, for us, migration is important. What that projects is, frankly, Black lives don't matter. It doesn't matter what else you say after that, right? And we might argue, well, why is that the only narrative that is coming in? But I think the onus is then on the EU to do a better job of explaining. So when we talk about losing that, again, it's not just the narrative of the past now, it's the present. How do you reconcile an EU that sort of says certain values are important, non-discrimination is fundamental to the acquis of the EU, and yet would sign an agreement with someone who clearly believes in discrimination and racism? And the continent is watching because, we too have CNN and BBC and Euronews. So I think I think it's not that Africans are naive to the fact that the EU has to deal with some of its own domestic issues and really practical challenges of, how do you deal with an increase of migration that you didn't really plan for. So there is no naivety to that as well. So I do think the EU is in kind of a slightly difficult position, which is why I guess that internal-external division is not necessarily useful, and as I said before, might not have a choice but to consider it. But I think the key thing is these little things that might not feel like big things in Europe actually do matter for the sorts of, why would Nigerians support military dictatorship when most Africans do not actually support military dictatorship, but why this one? I think it's really important to be asking the questions of how do those things that seem like little things, throwaway things on the European side, actually have a substantive impact on the other end?
Ilke, we have one thing in common, and that is, I think, we have many other things as well. But yes, one is that we are both EU institutional nerds or EU integration nerds. And the second panel will deal with the European Parliament election more in detail. But one aspect, of course, this year is that there will be a new commission, probably maybe under the same leadership, but there will be also other leaders of the European Council, of a new High Representative. And so there has been this change in recent years towards this geopolitical commission. And what kind of changes do you think we have to look out in this new upcoming institutional cycle? What will the European Parliament election and the new European Commission bring as differences to EU's relation to external powers?
Before I take that question with much pleasure, I really want to come back to 2 points, one on the double standards and one on the division between internal and external. When we are talking about double standards, I'm not going to deny that. As I personally, looking from a personal perspective, I understand the point of view very well. But I think what we should do over and over again is also underline that European Union is a supranational institution of 27 member states. And actually what France and the United Kingdom, which is not even a member anymore, have done in Libya is not necessarily reflecting the supranational institution's point of view. I know it's very hard for citizens to discriminate between member states and the institution as such, but in an area like foreign policy, where the EU doesn't even hold the competence, it is really becoming more and more complicated to make discrimination between the responsibility, no? And this conversation about geopolitical commission, the role of the executive out there, and all these intentions is making it even more difficult. And for me, for example, it's a really interesting institutional conversation is the fight between Ursula von der Leyen and Josep Borrell, the President of the European Commission and High Representative and Vice President of the European Commission, by the way, when it comes to reacting to what is happening in Gaza, no? Israel's response to Hamas's attacks in October. We are seeing right there, like two very different figures coming from two very different national perspectives, the German perspective versus the Spanish perspective, and playing very different institutional roles there. Even this, like divisions between the two, which is the president, the other one is vice president, is making us understand better how the institutional dynamics are making it really complicated in an institution like the EU to respond to foreign policy challenges. I think for the people that work on the EU, it is really important to underline over and over again, even it becomes a course on European institutions in panels like this, that the EU as an institution cannot carry out all the mistakes that were done by the member states, both in the past and today. I think this is for me really important, so I wanted to underline. And the second issue is this internal external. Actually, in my initial comment, I didn't want to suggest that EU goes internal, but for me, the conversation related to continent, its security, prosperity, well-being, and the relations with the immediate neighborhood are extremely important at a point where we have Russia's invasion of Ukraine and all the unrest in the Middle East. It's not just Israel's disproportional response to what has happened, but also all the other power dynamics that is going on in the continent. So in the upcoming years, it is very obvious for me, for the EU, it is going to be very important to decide where the priorities lie, where the money should be spent, and how this continental and closer regional dynamics should be impacted in a positive way, so the EU is rather a positive actor contributing to peace, security, and prosperity, which is the initial premise of the institution as well. Going to your question, finally, and it's a long answer as well, I know we are tight on time right now, is that European Parliament elections are extremely important. I have spent the last couple of weeks trying to explain why they matter also on foreign policy, and why they matter also on transatlantic relations, because we are expecting a further shift towards the right. Not that the European political center loses, because I think it's 2024 is still going to be that the center holds, but this shift towards the right will have implications when it comes to competences of the European Parliament, when it comes to the composition of the College of Commissioners or the European Commission, and it will have reflections throughout time in the Council and the European Council configurations. So actually it is a snapshot, a demonstration of where we stand when it comes to politics in the European Union. And going to the Commission more directly, this is why I keep on underlining this priorities and budget all over again, because it will very much depend on what 27 decide together with the European Parliament will end up being the commissioners from each country, political group, etc., and important portfolios given to them. And I think the key issue we should look out for is that, one, how the defense and defense industry will be represented and governed. So this discussion about defense commissioner, if it should be there or will this undermine the role of High Representative, if there's a defense commissioner, and also the relationship to the internal market commissioner. This is one. And secondly, how much importance and budget will be given to fight against climate change? Because for me, these are going to be the two issues where the shift towards the right in the European Parliament will have a concrete impact. Defense and fight against climate change.
Yeah, I guess that will also feature very much in the next panel. But now I have to be a bit mindful of the time. We still have 10 and a bit minutes for questions. So I would at this point like to invite the audience to formulate their questions. And please, if it's when it's your turn, please state your name and briefly your affiliation as well. And I think Katarina is over there.
Thank you, Niklas. My name is Katarina Mustasilda. I'm usually a senior research fellow at the EU program at FIIA, now taking care of more important business at home. First of all, congratulations to my colleagues for putting together this amazing program so far. This panel has been absolutely fantastic and really inspiring. So my question relates to this increased, at least I would argue, increased geopolitical and security posturing of the EU itself, and particularly its implications for its external action and relations, particularly now from the perspective of this so-called, again, global south. Now I mean it from the perspective or kind of conceptualizing it exactly through this kind of non-aligned and multi-aligned countries that are shared by this desire to have a more just global order. According to the EU's own self-assessment, the war in Europe has actually strengthened the EU's geopolitical posturing, at least kind of based on the early response of the EU, the unprecedented sanctions and use of the EPF for the first time to provide lethal support, has, according to the strategic documents, actually kind of strengthened EU's geopolitical and security posturing. Now I wonder how this looks like from your perspective and the perspective of the areas and regions, as well as the thematics that you work on. Because I do see that this kind of geopolitical logic is more prevalent in the EU's external actions, also beyond Ukraine today. For instance, in Africa, which is what I follow in EU-Africa relations. So what are the implications that you see from this? Who are the winners and losers? What are the winners and losers? I'm referring here, for instance, to this important distinction you made between the elites and the civil society. In different states and societies. And perhaps lastly, what would kind of be your recommendation? I hope that you will be asked recommendations from different EU policymakers on when and if the EU wants to be a geopolitical player in the world, what in concrete terms, should the EU focus on? Thanks.
Thank you, Katerina. Yeah, let's collect some questions and then you can pick and choose in your final answers. Cordelia had her hands up as well. Over there. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Cordelia Buchanan-Ponjak. I am also a researcher at FIIA, also in the European Union program, although I sometimes hang out with the Global Security Program as well. And part of my portfolio includes transatlantic relationships, geoeconomics, and trade. So sort of a two-part question. The first is, when dealing with, Africa is an enormous continent. So is it more useful for the European Union, the United States, or China to deal with individual member countries on bilateral terms, or to deal with groups within Africa? And so how does the African continent see this in its kind of different regional sectors, and then what can come out of that cooperation? And then the second, also taking a perspective from individual African nations, I do a lot of work on, obviously, China's lending and infrastructure projects in Africa, and I think too often in the West, we can tend to take simply this West versus the rest, and we can ignore some of the very real projects that are taking part in African countries. But on the other hand, there is this term debt trap diplomacy that proves to be a real risk, a geopolitical risk, a geoeconomic risk. And so what does that look like from the perspective of African countries, and how can the European Union, through its Global Gateway, or the United States through its Blue Dot Network, or other global programs, how can they address some of these infrastructure issues? Thank you.
Two excellent questions. Then there was another question by the lady in the back there.
Thank you. I'm Federica Prandin. I'm a researcher at the Alexandria Institute and Columbia University. I've just come back from Berlin from the energy transition days, and much of the discussion was about the EU climate diplomacy and how we should rethink and update it so that in the next Commission circle it would be more effective. And we particularly looked at the narratives. And since the EU has gotten more geopolitical since 2019, also the discourses on climate action have reflected this shift. So we see statements such as we need to cooperate and have energy relationship with like-minded partners, and then these statements don't always reflect the reality, because, for example, energy relationships and gas import from Azerbaijan or Qatar have equally increased, and how are those like-minded partners? So my question for you, since we touched upon narratives, since we also spoke about the perception of third actors towards the EU, how should we speak about climate change in a way that it's really conducive to cooperation and joint climate action at a global level? Thank you.
Okay, looking at the time, I think we have to close this now and go back to the panel. Let's take your answers in reverse order and start with Tony, actually.
Oh, right.
If that is okay with you. And you each have like 3 minutes max.
Okay, I'll be very, very quick.
You can pick from this.
Katrina, I will answer your recommendations question during the tea, but I think you raise a really important question. So personally, my perspective is that any situation where it takes war to make you feel better about yourself is not a good situation. Yeah. My preference in life would be that, Russia never invaded Ukraine. And I don't mean just, recently, I mean like 2014. That would be fantastic. But I have what you're saying, I've watched, particularly among some colleagues who work on defense, who with glee actually are like, finally, the EU can be a strong foreign policy actor, to which I always say, well, actually, if you're looking from the perspective of Africa, the EU has always been a very strong foreign policy Africa. Every manner of design of CSDP missions, both military and civilian, is currently happening on the African continent. So I think the question you ask is a concern that I share, because on the one hand, it is true that yes, the EU is stronger geopolitical posturing, and if that's what we want from the EU, then that's a good in of itself. But at what cost, and who bears the brunt of it? Because I can assure you that across the 54, 55 countries of Africa, increased militarization is certainly not the answer. To Cordelia's question about preferences, I don't think it has to be an either or. I think there has been a commitment at both a continental and regional level to regional integration. It's the one thing the EU says it does well. And even though I don't like the language of model, certainly the EU, I think, has positioned itself to be a mentor around regional and deeper regional integration. And actually what has been happening, if anything, is that some of the actions of the EU undermine regionalism in Africa in very subtle ways with, of course, lasting impact. I'll stop there because I think some of my colleagues can speak better to some of the other questions.
Thank you, Tony. Ilke.
Okay.
Your turn.
My reverse order is different. It works perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Actually, I wanna pick up on two. I think we should also go back to the EU basics and question where the EU's real power lies more often. Because I think the conversation about trade policy, the EU still is trying to set the rules, or at least help setting them at the international level when it comes to trade policy, using its internal markets to work on more global public goods like fight against climate change, behave as rule setter in, for example, in AI, as it has already started, so that there's a better rules-based system on this very, very important area that is moving forward. So my logic always works more around internal markets, trade policy, economy, and the rule-setting power of the European Union. So the more we play into our strengths, the better it's going to be. But of course, we are going through a different era, and the Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine made us all understand we are actually in a different era, and this different era should be responded with different realities at the European Union level as well. So this is clearly we are at a point. This is why I started actually my intervention with the three questions. It's like member states should sit down and discuss among themselves, and this is why I really care about encounters like this. So some researcher from Spain can come to Finland and Estonia. By the way, I was in Estonia before this, and try to understand what kind of priorities could be agreed on moving forward, because the conversation is going to be about priorities, policies, and budget right tomorrow, basically. The budget conversation will come up. And the final remark on this bilateral, multilateral conversation, because this is one of the discussions that we have also in the transatlantic realm. No, it's like, if President Trump gets a second term, he will immediately try to bilateralize relations, play the EU member states into each other, and try to basically undermine more multilateral settlements, or even regional settlements that the EU has and the other actors have. So this is actually a very, very important issue for me, where the EU should try to kind of keep regional and multinational arrangements intact. Because I think this is one of the key advantages of the EU. It's not just a rule setter among its member states, but it has this roles to play in the global arena. And if we're talking about EU being a geopolitical actor, the more an institution like the EU invests in global public goods, the better. I think I would really underline the importance of the role that the EU could play there.
Thank you. Now, Elizabeth, the last.
Just picking up on where you left off, I think global public goods is a really important dimension, but I think we have to be very careful, and this is part of the conversation that's also happening in the context of discussing the World Bank evolution roadmap and so on, that it's additional. Okay, that's the constant refrain also in the sense of climate finance. We have to finance better global challenges. Some people, some countries don't like the term global public goods, but I mean, okay, we all know what we mean by that, and that we can't do it at the expense of critical development assistance, which many low-income states, many vulnerable states still require. But I mean, I absolutely agree with you there. I think let me start backwards. This is definitely backwards, which is to start with the climate question from Federica, I think it was. I think the problem that we face at the moment, because it's much more geopolitical, is that climate is now very much it's the new, well, let me put it this way. Green technology, which is critical to dealing with climate, is now the new space race. And that's the problem, that whoever has the advantage in the technology realm has the advantage in terms of making progress on climate issues and being able to actually dictate the trajectory. And in that sense, it's actually quite depressing, because this is something we should all be working together on. It should be much more about cooperation, but we see it both in the extent to which there is, and sort of talking about it from a global South perspective, although South Africa particularly is, I think, a country in the area of science and technology that is involved in many initiatives, also with many European institutions as well. There is a real concern about the slowness of technology transfers in other countries that perhaps are less endowed in that, and that you know, on the one hand, you have the desire to push countries to transition, but at the same time, you know, the technology costs so much that it's actually prohibitive. And the other side of the coin is the raw materials. It's the critical, it's the rare earths. It's which is very much part of the geopolitical race with China. There are a number of important green minerals, if not rare earths in Africa. The African Union is now trying to really have a better sense of what is out there. We're actually working with the African Minerals Development Center to create a green minerals observatory in this regard. But that's where the geopolitical tension is playing out, which is so fundamental to climate issues. And right now, in the short term, or maybe in the medium term, I can't see us actually avoiding those. So we're going to have to balance a little bit of cooperation with the fact that actually there's a hell of a lot of competition. And maybe just to make a point about Chinese lending, and I'll stop there. I think it's a little bit. I think there certainly has been a very strong narrative about debt trap diplomacy in Europe. I think it's a little bit more complex than that. There is a case to be had where I think African countries need to insist that there is greater transparency in contracts that are signed, and that's certainly been one of the issues on the table. But it's not all been about sort of the Chinese want to you know, give us money so that then they can seize the port, or they can do that. I don't think that is. It's not as simple as that. It also plays into the broader macroeconomic policies of countries like the US in terms of interest rates and so on and so forth. The cost of capital for African countries has become exorbitant as a result of that. So it's a little bit more nuanced. And then when we talk about debt and countries that have gone into debt and the G20's common framework, of course there are issues there in terms of what China is putting on the table, which is China saying the multilateral development banks also need to take a bit of a cut. They have always been excluded. But then there is also the other dimension, which is of private creditors who, it's a voluntary arrangement. And there, I think in terms of the rules, and I've said this before, in some countries, in the UK and the US, where a lot of these companies and funds are registered, I mean, there can be certain rules and regulations that are not easy to do, but that can compel, in certain circumstances, private creditors to be part of the restructuring. And then related, the Bridgetown Initiative, which says that if you're entering into an agreement to borrow money and you have a terrible natural disaster, that should be an opt-out clause.
Well, thank you to all 3 panelists for covering so much ground, for exploring all of these very complex issues and giving your insights. I think I at least took a lot out of it, and I think the rest of the audience and the people on the live stream as well. So thank you for your contributions and for traveling here. I have one last task before I close this. That is to invite you for coffee, which is in the aula. You probably saw the tables when you came in. And I invite the people online behind their laptops and iPads and iPhones to come back at past for the next session on, the next session. Thank you.
Welcome everyone back from the coffee break and to this second panel, where we will shift gaze a bit towards the internal workings of the European Union, and more specifically to the upcoming European Parliament elections and their impact. As we heard from the previous discussion, Europe now exists in a very turbulent world, and it is also very turbulent from within. Significant challenges, a projected surge of the far right in the upcoming elections, coupled with long-standing institutional dysfunctionalities and needs to reform. These internal challenges are, of course, also instrumental to the EU's ability to react to the external challenges that we have just heard of. So the 2 levels feed into each other. We have 3 panelists here analyzing these topics with me. We have first Professor Johanna Kantola from the University of Helsinki. She is the Professor of European Societies and their Politics at the university. Her field of expertise is at the intersection of politics, gender, and the European Union. And in her recent ERC-funded project, she and her team studied gendered practices and policies in the EU's political groups. And she also does focus on the practices of the European Parliament from the point of view of their democratic resilience. We then have Sofia Rusak, who is a researcher at the Institutions Unit at the CEPS, the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. And her field of expertise is particularly on the EU's institutional architecture and reform, as well as its decision-making processes. She has focused particularly on the European Commission and is pursuing a PhD at Maastricht University on the Commission's politicization. Finally, we have Manuel Müller, a senior research fellow at FIIA. Manuel is a historian by background and has a PhD from Humboldt University in Berlin. His research now focuses on the EU's institutional reform and supranational democracy. He also runs a widely read blog, freely translated as the European Federalist, in which he analyzes EU affairs and produces seat projections for the EP elections recently, one of which I believe we will see here during the panel. I'm first going to give the floor to our panelists, from whom I hope for short, approximately 5-minute inputs on the theme of the panel from their own perspectives, and we will then move on to a moderated discussion on more specific themes. I would like to start with Manuel and his seat projection.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with a little provocation, because if we say that this conference, this FIIA Forum, is about the European Union, a year of change, we could also say that it's a bit surprising to include the European Parliament elections in them, because European Parliament elections actually have a very low turnout, always have had that. They almost never lead to direct and immediate policy change. The European Parliament doesn't elect a government. The commissioners are nominated by the member states. So one could wonder why the European Parliament election
should matter so much as to include it as a panel on the European Union in a year of change. But of course, as Sandra has already mentioned, this year will indeed bring a lot of change in the European Parliament and for the European Union as a whole because of these elections. As you can see from these numbers from my last seat projection from the end of February this year, you can see here the 7 groups of the European Parliament: the left, the Greens, the Social Democrats, the centrists or liberals, the European People's Party, and the 2 far-right groups, the European Conservative and Reformists, and the group Identity and Democracy, and on the far right, the non-inscrit, so the non-attached members of the Parliament. And as you can see, both of the right-wing groups will gain considerably according to the current opinion polls from all member states. Actually, this swing to the far right is not completely new. Also in the last 2 elections, we saw right-wing parties gaining ground. But this time it increases even further. And the 2 far-right groups together, ECR and ID, will for the first time, if the current projections are correct, receive more than a quarter of all the seats in the European Parliament. On the other hand, the center-left, so the parties ranging from the liberals to the far left, will, according to the projections, be as weak as never before. The group that stands to lose the most seats in the European Parliament are the Greens, but that's mostly because 5 years ago, in 2019, they had a very good year. There was talk about the green wave in Europe because climate change was at the forefront of those elections. This time, the result of the Greens would be rather average, which means that they would lose a lot in comparison to 2019. On the other hand, the Social Democrats would lose only a bit, but that's also significant because 5 years ago they already had the worst result in the history. So overall, the center-left bloc, if we want to put it like that, will actually be as weak, as I said, as never before in the European Parliament. Now, if we look then at, in the next slide, at what that means for the possible alliances in the European Parliament, because in the end that is what matters, which majorities are possible. We can see that the grand coalition that has traditionally been dominating decision-making in the European Parliament, about 80% or 85% of decisions in the European Parliament are taken in cooperation between the European People's Party, the Social Democrats, and or the European People are Social Democrats, the Liberals, and or the Greens. And as you can see from these numbers, above is the current Parliament, below is the projection. This grand coalition would still have a significant majority in the European Parliament. So there is, despite this far-right surge, the center that has traditionally been dominating the European Parliament will still hold. But if we look a bit closer, we can see that until now there has been a center-left majority too in the European Parliament. And in some decisions, especially on climate change and the Green Deal during the last 5 years, the center-left majority has been very important because some decisions of the Parliament have been taken by these 4 groups in coalition. And these 4 groups would not have a majority anymore, according to the current polls. So this will be a certain shift. And on the other hand, we can also see that the center-right, so EPP, Liberals, and the kind of more moderate right-wing group of the ECR would, as in the current Parliament, probably be a bit short of a no majority. So there would be an alternative far-right majority ranging from the EPP to the ID, but it's not clear to what degree the EPP is actually open to such a cooperation. They say that they only want to cooperate with right-wing groups that are pro-European, pro-Ukraine, and pro-rule of law, which would include many of the groups that are included in this lower bar of a possible right-wing alliance. So, in terms of possible alliances in the European Parliament, if the projection holds true, it would mean that there will no longer be this alternative center-left majority, which will give a lot of negotiating power to the European People's Party, which would actually be the pivotal group without which no plausible majority is possible in the parliament. But at the same time, the European People's Party will face kind of a strategic dilemma because the only plausible majority within the center, which would only include pro-European parties, is actually a continuation of the current grand coalition. And if the European People's Party wants to kind of use its new strength and actually use its position as the pivotal party, it would have to open to the right, but not only to the pure pro-European and pro-democratic right, but also to the very far right. And it will be interesting during the next years to see to what degree the EPP will actually pursue such a strategy or not. So this is one thing that will certainly be a change in European politics in the upcoming years. And of course, all these things that I have said about the projection depend very much on whether the current opinion polls really become a reality in the European Parliament elections. In the end, it is up to the voters, and that is why the European Parliament election actually matters in a year of change for the European Union.
Thank you so much. Then Sophia, please.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm gonna pick this up straight away. So we hear from Manuel about the right-wing surge, and I mean, if you also count the non-affiliated, then we're looking at maybe 30% of right-wing MEPs in the next European Parliament, and these two groups might be raised into the third and fourth biggest group, right? I mean, this is that looks quite scary, but you know, I was wondering, you know, it's interesting to look at what does it actually mean for the political practice. I mean, what could be the influence of those parties and those groups on EU policy and also on the EU's agenda. And I mean, the European Parliament, as we know, has no right of initiative, and that means that it legislates on the on the agenda that the Commission sets, right? So that means that the Parliament, the European Parliament, exerts most influence over the Commission's and thereby EU's agenda before the mandate. And there is this time frame between the elections, the European Parliament elections, and the election of the European Commission President. This is the time where the European Parliament, you know, has the greatest leverage to push for its policy preferences to be included in the next Commission program. And here I'm referring to all the individual different political groups, of course. And this time, by the way, it's only in September, right? The Commission President will only be elected in September, so that gives the Parliament a whole summertime to to negotiate. We saw this both. We saw this under Juncker, we saw this under von der Leyen, even more clearly that she really had to go to the different political groups and kind of trade for her votes, give policy promises in exchange. But both presidents, last presidents, have excluded the ID group from this process, right? So the far right did not have the chance to influence the Commission's agenda in this. But you know, so how else could the far right influence the Commission's agenda? And then, of course, we have to have a look at what happens during the mandate. And as we heard just from Manuel, majorities will most likely still be found without the far right, right? Without the support of the far right. But indeed, the EPP will be inclined, maybe, to look more to its right, to look for partners, especially when it comes to topics on its, you know, conservative agenda, such as economic and monetary affairs, or also internal market policies. And this could, in effect, result, indeed, in a European Parliament that is a bit more, you know, puts more restrictions on Ukraine aid, enlargement, and migration, and is also less prone to green policies and measures to enforce democratic values and rule of law. But so we see a right shift for sure. I mean, not for sure. That as it looks right now, we see a right shift of the European Parliament. But you know, and the European, as Emmanuel said, the European People's Party will become a quite crucial agenda setter. Last time around, we were talking about Renew as the kingmaker, right? And we also saw this in the last 5 years, that they indeed, on some issues, they were more leaning to the left and more leaning to the right. And now the EPP will kind of take their place, let's say, and be the decisive group. And again, overall, the European Parliament will move a little to the right. But my question is, to the far right, like how exactly can the far right parties exert influence during the mandate? And if we have a look here at these groups, I mean, and at the parliamentary work, let's say, then we see, and we have to differentiate between the two mentioned groups, the ECR, they became quite moderate on multiple issues, so they have a sincere interest in, working on their agenda from within the parliament. But when we look at the ID group, then, they have been largely absent from parliamentary work, let's say. They often do not even send shadow rapporteurs when it's about, the work on the files. They rarely vote with parliamentary majorities. So they're very destructive in that way. And further, there are very deep divisions within the group of these different parties that are in this group. So we see that compromise is very difficult. And that is reflected, for instance, in the lacking voting discipline, and also the fact that they don't even have a joint manifesto for this election. So would it be an option that these two groups, the ECR and the ID, join forces and become like one mega right-wing power? I would say this is very unlikely. The traditional argument is Russia, right? That the idea is more Russia-friendly, and ECR is quite firm on Ukraine support and very critical of Putin. But of course, I mean, we see currently Orban flirting with the ECR, and if the parties of the ECR accept Orban, then I see this, let's say, Russia divide a little bit crumbling. But more importantly is that, there are very different drivers behind these two groups. The idea, as I just said, is they mainly want to disrupt the political process, and the ECR, they got an appetite for influence and power, and they understood that they have to moderate to do that. So, but even if they would join, again, are very unlikely. Even if they would join, they would not have 50%. We just heard it, right? And I mean, in the European Parliament, there is no such thing as a blocking minority. You need 50% plus one to influence and block things. So I would argue right-wing forces, especially populist parties, are dangerous to democracies, yes. And I mean, they are especially good in influencing the debate and the narrative, and they put, the particular danger is, I think, that they put the mainstream parties on the defense, right? And push their agenda, push for policy demands. But institutionally speaking, from within the European Parliament, even if we see 30% of right-wing MEPs in the next European Parliament, I would argue it does not disrupt the procedures and the workings of the European Parliament and the EU. And maybe even, and that is, I'm curious to hear your thoughts also on this, maybe, the ECR will even get further mainstreamed, let's say, mainstreamed and moderated by cooperating more with the EPP, and therefore the ID, sort of far right, gets sidelined, and there might be even the split between the two groups might even increase that way. And in a way, Meloni is a point in case. Okay, nonetheless, it sounds very optimistic. Let me close with a word of warning. Nonetheless, I think where the danger is that we always have the same debates before every European Parliament elections. We always see the numbers, and we say, oh, so the right-wing forces will increase, and we're scared for this. And then during the mandate, we always see, okay, but things are working actually quite fine. And I think it's a little bit, the frog in the hot water problem that we're facing here, that we kind of, get used to this very much. And there's a fine line between moderation of, right-wing and far right-wing, and let's say a societal acceptance of maybe what should not be accepted, right? So I think what we would have to look at in the next term is really where's the line between the right and far right? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Then I will give the floor to Johanna.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So now there's this dilemma. I prepared my 5 minutes, but I have so much to comment. But I believe that we come back to this far-right question. And my view will be more negative from kind of a critical equalities and democracy perspective. But we can come back to it. But I want to take one step back and look at the bigger picture, and then one step deeper into the political groups. So it will be both zooming out and then zooming in. So the first kind of the bigger point, like when I thought about what I wanted to say, was to speak about some of the tensions around the European Parliament that we encounter at times of the elections when we are kind of debating democracy in the European Union through the European Parliament. And the first tension is obviously the one between the European Parliament as a talking shop. And then this other idea that the European Parliament is the one institution in the European Union which has increased its powers most. So I think we hear both of these kind of common sense sentences about the European Parliament, and for me it's kind of an interesting tension, and we see it during this legislature if we look back. So we already kind of mentioned that there has been this huge number of regulations that the Commission has initiated and the Parliament and the Council have been able to agree upon. I think this is true in relation to the priority areas of the Commission and then beyond. So we really see a European Parliament which really effectively uses its powers, but also uses kind of its powers beyond its powers. So this is also a legislature where the European Parliament has kind of made itself a quasi-negotiator in things like Brexit, for example. It has overstepped its powers in many cases. So we see a powerful European Parliament. But at the same time, this has really been a legislature of crisis. COVID, the war, the things that we mentioned in the previous panel as well. And here we see that the powers of the European Parliament have been challenged. And they have been reduced. So the EU responses to the crisis have kind of shifted the power to the executive, to the member states, to the Commission, and the European Parliament has been sidelined a bit. And this is obviously a question for democracy, which is why I think it's important and interesting to debate it during this kind of the elections. And the European Parliament, if we agree that the elections are important, and when we talk about changes in the European Union, that it's important to talk about the European Parliament. So I'd really encourage all of us to really talk about the European Parliament and its role in this interinstitutional framework. It kind of invites and enables a discussion on these issues. When you think about how the vaccines were bought and all these kind of different programs and the Next Generation EU, and the role of the Parliament was really sidelined. So this is my kind of, let's zoom out as well. Like, what is the role of the European Parliament really, and why does it matter? Like when we talk about the far-right search as well. But then my own research, this ERC project that Sanna kindly mentioned, so it's been a lot about zooming in to the political groups and zooming in to the European Parliament. And it's been a real revelation to me when we started to research the political groups of the European Parliament, how little academic and scientific research we have about the practices within the political groups. Like, how do these political groups actually work? When we kind of start to look at how they matter for decision-making and policy-making in the European Parliament, how democratic are they and how transparent are they? And this matters for a lot of reasons. It matters for democracy. It matters for equality, like who can have an impact through these groups. It also matters for the double standards we mentioned in the first session. So there's kind of we have a lot of stereotypes and perceptions about the political groups. And by really kind of zooming in on them, as we have done in this research project, we can learn about this that a lot of these perceptions are just not true. So, for example, many of the mainstream groups, the EPP, the S&D, the Renew especially, they maybe like to portray themselves as pro-equality and transnational and pro-European. But when you start to look into them, you, for example, see that in the EPP, in the S&D, in Renew, things like national delegations and national politics do play a big role. They like to push a lot of kind of blame on poor practices within the European Parliament in relation to equality or racism to the far-right groups. But one of our points is that all of the political groups need to do a lot of work in the European Parliament to increase transparency, to increase equality, and to increase inclusion, if I put it very shortly. And yeah, we can talk about it a bit more, what this means in terms of the kind of the far-right search. And when we look at this, just to add one overall finding from our research project is that the Greens group, for example, is is the only group which is quite systematic in relation to a lot of the norms that we would expect about European Parliament's political groups. If we consider that the European Parliament is an institution which prides itself in terms of equality, human rights, and all things good, and a lot of the other groups have a lot of tensions around these issues. This is putting it very bluntly. I'm very happy to kind of nuance it. But the bigger point is that zoom out, but let's also zoom in terms of what is going on in these groups. And then I'm really happy to talk about the ECR group, for example, whether it's moderate or not.
Yes.
When we come back to your questions, Anna.
Thank you so much. We will actually go straight away to my first question, which does concern the projected search of the far right. So as Manuel said, both the perhaps more moderate ECR group and the certainly far-right ID group are projected to grow significantly. And while some say that the European Union or the future of the European Union after the elections cannot be understood without taking into account this projected far-right surge, some, as Sofia here, have a more perhaps a positive view of what its implications might actually be in terms of them not necessarily being that big. But I would like to also go back a bit to the reasons for this far-right surge. So I would invite you to consider first the reasons why we are seeing this far-right surge, which is of course only a projection of what is happening in the member states. So it's all the individual member states, not only a projection, but certainly very much related to what is happening, because we see in most, well, many, if not most, European countries at the moment, the far-right is growing and is even included in coalition governments. So I would like to invite you to consider a bit why this is happening, and then indeed reflect on its impact on the European Union, both internally in terms of the institutions, but also perhaps on its external engagement with relation to what has been said here before. So Johanna, you can go first this time, and okay, also comment on what Sofia has said.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to kind of continue with the European Parliament focus and the political group focus. So maybe, for me, one of the main points is what actually happens in June after the elections, which will be the time of the political group formation. So the elections and the way that the votes will be cast, it's the first step. But then actually almost as important, if not more important, are the negotiations that start in the parliament for the political group formation. So we kind of have very established groups with long histories, like the EPP and the S&D. Every time we've always also had new groups, like last time we had the Renew, coming out of the liberal family, and then the ID group, and we had one group disappearing, the EFDD. So it's going to be a time of political negotiations, and here it really kind of, what we have done research on is that, again, it matters to differentiate between the political groups, and it matters to look how they hold on to their norms and what they actually say. So other people have done research on political group formation in relation to the far right, and I quite like the terms that they give to this. So some of the far right groups have been described as marriages of convenience, like the EFDD. So people just come together in order to exploit the resources of the European Parliament. This can be one motivation. Then there are also kind of the respectable radicals, which is the ECR group. That kind of, for example, the Finns party originally was argued this originally to join the ECR group to become respectable next to the UK Conservatives who were still in the group, and so on. And they are the kind of true ID groups. The main thing is that, on a cynical note, most of the political groups want to increase their size. I think this is a key thing to understand about the European Parliament. Size brings you power in terms of resources that you get, in terms of leadership positions, in terms of speaking time. It's kind of the key thing. And most political groups, even if they say that values are very important to them, equality and democracy, they don't, at this moment of the time, they are willing to kind of let go of these values a bit. So for example, in our research, we have distinguished between the political groups, and we say that there's a bunch of groups which are very eager to increase their size. And unfortunately, this is the EPP, this is the ECR, and this is the ID. Not a surprise with the, necessarily with the ID, for example, but a bit more problematic with the EPP. Then I already mentioned the principled Greens, which, according to our research, really hold on to their values. But then also, a bit challengingly, there's a group of flexible political groups, which is the S&D, Renew, and Left. And I say it mainly because it's the moment when we test what the political groups stand for in relation to the far right, like how far you are willing to go to accommodate MEPs and political parties with whom you disagree with. It's not going to be easy. Also within the ID group, we know that there have been, Le Pen has been unhappy with the German AfD. There's a lot of talk about like AfD being too racist within the ID group. We mentioned the question of Russia. So also the far right is divided, but we also have problems and challenges on the side of the mainstream groups, which will kind of impact this whole political group formation phase, will have a strong impact on what kind of parliament we're actually going to have. Yes. And we should kind of watch it carefully.
Then Manuel, please.
Yeah, well, I'd like to make 3 points. The first one about the reasons of the search of the far right. I think for a while we have seen that what is called the transnational cleavage, so the question of how open should borders be, how inclusive should our policy be, and so on, also including issues like climate change, how much should we include future generations in policy making today, and also including questions like gender, so who is included in kind of the people that matter. These questions have become more and more important, and in the 2019 elections we could see that basically both extremes on these questions won. So on the one hand, the far-right parties were already successful back then, and on the other hand, the Greens and the progressive liberals, so the Macronists, were also successful in 2019. And I think then what happened were mostly the big crises of the last 5 years. So on the one hand, COVID-19, on the other hand, the war in Ukraine and the subsequent energy crisis and price of living crisis in Europe. And these crises, in a way, strengthened the far-right pole in this question. So there has been kind of a shift towards a more exclusive, more closed position. I think this is part of the reasons of the search of the far right, although there are, of course, others. Second, with regard to these differences between ECR and ID, I think that on many issues, ECR and ID are actually very similar. So if you look at, for example, the climate policy, their gender policy, their migration policy, and so on, there are actually many similarities between these two groups. I think it actually fits to call them both the far right. The main difference, as you have already mentioned both, are Russia on the one hand, and then the question of being in government, because ID traditionally includes mostly parties that are on the opposition at the national level, and many of them have never been in government, so it's kind of a systemic opposition. Whereas ECR includes many parties that have already governed and therefore are more pragmatic, not more moderate, but more pragmatic in their positions. And we can now see that the EPP is kind of trying to split even the ECR between, well, as I said before, the pro-European, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law parties within the ECR, and the other ones. Mostly these parties with which EPP is open to collaborate are the parties with which it already has coalitions on the national level. So EPP is saying, well, for example, the Italian governing party is not that bad, otherwise we wouldn't be in government with them. Whereas, for example, the Polish Peace Party, which is on the national level very much confronted to the EPP, is unacceptable because they don't respect the rule of law. Of course, the question is to what degree this attempt to split the far right will work in the end, because the ECR well, they want to cooperate with the EPP, but they don't want the EPP to split them. So it will be interesting to see, as you have mentioned before, where in the end this line between the right and the far right will be drawn, and by whom. Third point, I think we have talked a lot about the European Parliament now, but we should also talk about the Council. Because, of course, the Council is also a legislator, and the same surge of the far right that is taking place in the European Parliament is also taking place in the Council, although it doesn't happen with one single election, but more step by step, with right-wing or far-right parties getting into the government in more and more member states. And one problem about the Council is that within the European Parliament we have these majority mechanisms. So the centrist democratic parties can just outvote the far right in the parliament. But in the Council, that doesn't work, because in the Council, you often need unanimity or a qualified majority, which means that you need a lot of governments on board, and you simply can't afford to systematically not cooperate. Maybe you can do this with one government when you say, okay, Viktor Orban is just over the top, but you can't do this with an entire ideology. So especially if the far right gets into the government in more and more member states, it will be very difficult to systematically include them in the Council. And this leads already now to a creeping normalization of far-right positions. Maybe we could see this most clearly in migration policy, where over the last years, positions that 5 or 10 years ago would have been considered right-wing extremist have become part of the mainstream. And of course, this can be seen as a moderation of the right because they have become more mainstream. It can also be seen, of course, as a right-wing shift of the center parties, which have adopted more right-wing positions, among other reasons, especially because they needed to compromise in the Council, and because they wanted to sell the results of these compromise to the national public. They started talking about these positions as something that is acceptable, and I think this is where the kind of the real right shift is taking place in the normalization of positions that could be excluded in the European Parliament but can't be excluded in the Council.
Then, Sophia, if you talked quite a bit about this in your initial input, but if you still want to come in, please.
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. First of all, I would like to clarify that I do think there is an effect of it's just that I see this more of a long-term, slow development rather than an abrupt change that we will see in the next term. The reasons for, I think the debate on the reasons why people vote these parties is very difficult. I mean, we can have a whole panel on this only, and a day-long conference probably, because it's also very different in every member state, right? The situations are very different. But I mean, one thing I think is interesting what we see in Portugal at the moment, because I mean, migration has been for many member states a key rationale why people vote these parties. But what we see in Portugal is that is much more the topic of cost of living. moving, right? And I think that is, so migration was not so dominant in the debate, and much more, the money in the pocket of the people and affordability, costs of rent and so on. And I mean, this we see all over the EU also, these kinds of debates, right? So I think they might be, able to capitalize on a new area. I think you make a very good point, Manu, on it's not only about the European Parliament what we're talking here, we're talking also about national elections and how these national elections translate into the other institutions. You talk about the Council, and of course, even more so, it's super important that we move to more QMV, right? Following of what you said, it's in the European Council. I mean, looking at the elections in Austria and in this autumn, it might be that we have a European Council member from the ID group for the first time, right? I mean, we have to have this in mind also. And I mean, and God knows what happens with the Netherlands. And then, by extension, by the way, also the College of Commissioners. And this is always a bit neglected, but I mean, we also have to keep in mind that those governments then appoint the next commissioners, and governments tend to appoint commissioners from their own parties. One last point on the right wing in especially I mean. The right wing is a particular problem of the European Parliament elections, right? We see that people vote more right wing. It's still kind of this second order national election paradigm that we talk about, right? That people are, when they go to vote, they have a different motivation than their motivation on if they go to national elections. On the EU level, they don't vote so strategically and they don't vote so ideologically, but they vote very much out of protest. And that is a trend that continues to be there, and this is why the numbers are always particularly high in the EP elections.
Thank you so much. I would now like to shift focus a bit and turn to the next European Commission. As mentioned, influencing the composition and the agenda of the European Commission is one important task for the newly elected European Parliament. So I would like to have your input on Jean-Claude Juncker termed his commission the political commission. Ursula von der Leyen's commission was the geopolitical one. What will the next commission be? And what will be the commission's priorities? Another issue that I would like to hear your input on is the lead candidate procedure and how that is doing in these elections and where it is going. I thought that now, even though you were the last one here, we might start with Sofia, since you have particularly looked at this issue in your own research.
The lead candidate procedure. It's a topic that I like to look into. There is a lot of people now that say that we won't see a great campaign, and I think those people are right. By Ursula von der Leyen running, it means, of course, that we all kind of know already who will be the next Commission President, right? The EPP, as we've seen, will poll first. And we do not really, I mean, all the relevant parties have appointed their lead candidates, and even if, as I understood the ID, they will send somebody for the debates, and I think that is a very healthy process to have them represented. I don't know what's with the ECR actually.
No, they don't.
No, right? No, they said they wouldn't. So I think in terms of campaigns, we also still don't know whether Ursula von der Leyen will participate in these debates. And I think in any case, we can say that we won't see a very lively campaign. But, did we see that in last year's? I mean, like, what is the difference, right? I think we will see a similarly lukewarm campaign as we've seen in the last 2 rounds, and especially the last round. What is the difference, though, I think, is that we will see less of an institutional tough battle probably at the end of it, because both the two institutions that are involved, so the European Council and the European Parliament, they both can't really voice opposition because the European Council, I mean, it's their candidate, and the European Parliament can't complain because she ran through the lead candidate procedure, right? So right now, as things look at the moment, I think we won't see, and that is a good thing, we won't see these institutional, fights after the elections over which institution, gets to appoint or gets to decide who will be the next Commission President.
And then perhaps Johanna.
Kind of quickly on the lead candidate, I feel really, just personally, very ambivalent about it. Like, I can kind of, Manuel has written a very good, is it a research note or like something about the normalcy about it, you can talk about it. So I understand that the idea is important and you can mention that, but it's also something that we tried to look at after the last elections. We did this 150 interviews in the European Parliament and really asking the MEPs what they thought about the lead candidate as well. And you can really see that even with the elite, there's a big distance, especially for some political groups, to the Euro parties that nominate these candidates. It's not really kind of embedded in their political work, a lot of misunderstandings around the lead candidate, and kind of there's any effective or emotional attachment to the debate is missing, even at this elite level. So then you can kind of, I asked my students, I was teaching this course about the European Parliament this spring, and we went through everything, and we had Manuel visit us, and they read the research note. So I gave them all the information, and we debated it. And in the end, I asked them that, would you now watch the lead candidate debates? And no one put their hand up. Just to kind of give you a short explanation for this ambivalence and the difficulties around it, although I understand that it's important, and I understand that it's good that there's not going to be a major falling apart between the institutions, but something is lacking in terms of a democratic debate. Sanna, shall we give the floor to Manuel, or do you want me to respond on the Commission as well?
Let's now give the floor to Manuel and then go back to the Commission round. Yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you already mentioned my comment on the normality of the lead candidates procedure. I think it has been a big problem that there was so much talk about this procedure as if it were something extremely extraordinary that this is done on the European level, when in fact it is completely normal in basically any national parliamentary democracy that parties say before the election whom they would like to see in the role of head of the executive. So some prime minister's candidate, it's completely normal, and it's also normal that not always these candidates make it, because after the elections there are negotiations between the parties, and often enough the strongest party will get their candidate elected as prime minister, but sometimes they don't, because it's not possible to find a compromise because the other parties won't accept it, and then maybe someone from the outside needs to step in order to make this compromise and these majorities possible. So this is something that is completely normal at the national level, and it's basically the same thing that is happening on the European level. So in my eyes, it's a good thing that the lead candidates by now are not producing that much debate about the procedure, and it would be an even better thing if they produced more debates about the personalities, which of course is the big problem this year. We have Ursula von der Leyen as a very well-known figure because she is already the incumbent president, and then we have a lot of very unknown people. So nobody knew Nicolas Schmidt before he was nominated lead candidate, and probably not so many people will know him when the election is over. Part of the problem, of course, is that right now it's basically the parties from Germany and the Benelux countries who are taking this seriously. If you look at the candidates, almost all of the lead candidates come from either Germany or the Benelux countries, and it has been the same thing in the past elections. So first it was a German against a person from Luxembourg, then it was a German against a person from the Netherlands, and now it's a German against a person from Luxembourg. Again, if you look at only the two biggest parties, but even if you look at the smaller parties, it's mostly Germans and Benelux people. And this is a problem, of course, of the European parties, because it shows that they are not transnational enough. It shows that they haven't managed to encourage people from other countries to also run as a contender in the internal primaries. But on the other hand, it's also a problem often for the parties of the other countries, because the lead candidates, in the end, they matter. And they get important posts in the Commission. They can become Commission President or Vice President, or maybe they only get to be head of the group in the European Parliament, but still these are important posts. And it's a problem for the other countries if they don't take the lead candidates procedure seriously, and then they don't get the posts and they complain about the Germans and the Benelux doing this among themselves, when in fact this would be an opportunity for all parties, also from smaller countries, to try and shine on the European level. And I will leave it with this, and maybe talk about the Commission.
This would lead us to an interesting debate on EU democracy, but time is running, and I would like to cover the next Commission a bit before we have to also, or we want to also reserve some time for questions from the audience. So whoever would like to come in on the next Commission and its priorities.
Well, I think the digital and the green agenda will continue, right? But I think they will continue to, this is kind of the stable base. But then, obviously, I mean, security and defense topics will be super important for the next term. I don't think, though, that this will be so much in the campaigns an issue. I guess this will feature more prominently than in the agenda of the Commission. And then, well, hopefully, a little bit more of rule of law. I mean, the rule of law performance of the past Commission was, I think the Commission could step up its game on that front. But that is not a prediction; it's more hope, I guess.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think we can agree on this, and it's maybe on a positive note, thinking about this question, it's a good idea to now go to the Euro Party manifestos and to read these issues out of them as well, because the Commission President will have to be elected by the Parliament and will have to make concessions, and we talked about the impact of the far right and to which direction the concessions will go. There will be concessions also to the S&D, to the Greens, to Renew. So a motivation to go to the Euro Party manifestos, where these ideas will also come from, not just from the member states. So I think these are kind of I'd agree on the policy priorities. Like, it's going to be about security and defense, and also kind of competitiveness and single market, and something on Green Deal and so on. But on a bigger picture, I guess the word out there now is that it's going to be a lot more about kind of transposing what has already been agreed upon during this term. Like, there have been so many acts and directives on so many different fields. The EU most often fails in policy implementation, so it will be the moment to oversee implementation and to actually kind of get this done on that front. So I think it's not kind of as an exciting answer when you have to write a program, but I think this is maybe what will happen. One of the things that I'll be following maybe relates to, Sophia, your last point about the rule of law and democracy. So it's not just about kind of policy priorities and the budget and implementation, but also the role of values in all of this. So when we have talked about the far right, from a gender equality perspective, like an equalities perspective, a democracy perspective, especially equality perspective, it's quite striking that there's a lot of respect for von der Leyen from the Parliament, especially from different MEPs. She has been seen as personally extremely committed to gender equality, and she has managed to reverse a trend where gender equality policies have gone like this in the EU, and now there have been all these directives and kind of hard law and things have moved forward. So it's going to be interesting whether this is, maybe, and I'm saying it because there is kind of this doubt whether her personal commitment to the Green Deal and to policies around climate change, whether it's as strong, or whether she's going to kind of cave in to the EPP and to the far right. Her personal commitment to equality is considered strong. So I think it's going to be a test case, like what happens to the values, where the commitment is going to be strong and where it's still going to show in the Commission program, and where it's not going to be so strong. So I'll be following the values as well, in addition to the, or behind the policy priorities and the budget, the money that we have mentioned, and then the implementation.
Then I will give the floor to Manuel, and then I think it's time to move to questions from the audience.
Well, talking about the Commission agenda, I'm also tracking on my blog the probable nominees of the member states for commissioners, because in many member states there's already a lively debate about who will become the commissioners, and in some cases the names are already known, in others not, but it's interesting to track this. And basically there are two effects as to the composition of the Commission. One is that the EPP will be very, very strong in the next Commission. The far right not so much. There will probably only be few commissioners from the far right, but a lot of commissioners from the EPP. And less from the center-left, of course, then. And the other effect is that, from what we know so far, it's a lot of men that will be nominated for the next Commission, and only very, very few women that are already known. Of course, a lot of
You also mentioned that this was the first college which was had gender parity.
Yeah, the last one, exactly. Sure. And it will be difficult to have this again if you only look at what the member states are planning. Of course, von der Leyen, if she's re-elected, will probably exert a lot of pressure on the member states' government to send more women, but it will be difficult. Two things about the priorities. I think one interesting thing that von der Leyen has already mentioned is that she wants to have a defense commissioner, which means, of course, that this topic will become more important in the Commission. It's also interesting with regard of the relation between the Commission and the Council, because so far defense has been task of the High Representative, who is, of course, nominated by the Council. He's a member of the Commission, but the Council decides who becomes High Representative, whereas the Defense Commissioner would receive his portfolio from von der Leyen. So she could choose one of the commissioners whom she trusts, and it could mean that the Commission will then try to become more independent from the Council. Of course, legally it can't become completely independent because it doesn't have that much power in this area, but at least on a personal level, it could mean that, that this Defense Commissioner can then try to be more in line with von der Leyen than with the Council. And I think the other big area that we haven't mentioned so far, I agree with what you said about the policy priorities, but I think another very big issue will of course be enlargement and reform. Because the EU wants to enlarge, it wants to be ready for enlargement by 2030, but it requires a lot of internal reform in order to get there. And the European Parliament has already made a proposal for a treaty convention with a very detailed ideas as to what has to change within the treaty. And the Council, well, is still hesitating whether or not to have a convention. Maybe a majority of member states so far would prefer not to have one, but then again, it's difficult to have certain reforms without opening the treaties. Today there will be a communication by the European Commission, which as far as I'm informed by existing leaks, will not be very far-reaching, but rather open with regard to that question. So this will be something that will probably come up immediately after the election. Since it's a difficult topic for many member states, I think that it won't be a big campaign issue. But since time is so short, it will probably be an issue that will come up once the election is over and will be very important in the next 5 years.
Time is also short in the panel. Unfortunately, we started a bit late, so I would like to now invite questions from the audience. We have quite little time, but I see at least 4 hands up. So I saw your hand first. Let's start with the gentleman there. Please introduce yourself briefly, and then we see how many more we can take.
Thank you, Sanna. Hello. Yep. Thank you, Sanna, and thank you for the panel. Very interesting talk. A lot about the process, a lot about the organization. I would like to ask about the election and get a kind of quick recap from all of you about the democratic agenda setting process. What are the coming themes of the election that are going to decide the fate over what is going to happen?
An excellent question.
Coming themes, like policy topics, you mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so themes.
Yeah,
I missed that word.
Excellent question. Let's take 2 more. I see your hands there, and then you can a bit choose which you reply in this very short time. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm the ambassador of Chile to Finland and Estonia. Thanks for this. You have been discussing about the themes that might be, addressed by the European Parliament. We have this security economic strategy that was proposed by the European Commission to the Parliament last year. Could you deliver a little bit more about it? And would that be a matter of interest of these people running? And on the other side, I would just want to ask you, the Prime Minister Petteri Orpo addressed the Parliament a few days ago and suggested maybe exporting in some way to the EU the comprehensive security strategy of Finland. Do you have any views on that? Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Atte Harne, Member of Parliament from the Green Party. So thanks for the insight and all the bad news from my perspective. The question I would like to hear a bit more is the budget. So how do you, with this constellation, this hypothesis on the elections and the Council and the Commission, how do you see the ability to strengthen or like somehow majorly reallocate the budget, looking at the issue that for the geoeconomic competition, arming EU countries and arming Ukraine, and also reconstructing Ukraine? How do you see that the EU can, in its budget, actually respond to these challenges where there's clear pressure for kind of new uses for EU money?
So now each of you has approximately 1.5 minutes to address these questions. So pick and choose. So let's start from Manuel, and then Johanna gets the last word.
Okay. Watershed topics. I think climate change, the war, migration, of course, all these issues will be big issues for the elections, although cost of living, but I'm afraid that in this election, also when you look at the different member states, you right now have a lot of very different national debates. There are national kind of political crises going on in many member states, very like specific national topics. I mean, just look here in Finland, we have the strike wave and a lot of debate about that. And I'm afraid that the debates will be different in many member states, and national topics will be very present. Maybe a short word about the budget. I think that the MFF negotiation for next multi-annual financial framework will, of course, also be one of the big policy issues for the next 5 years, because there are so many open questions, including enlargement, of course, and also including the question of common defense policy. There's now been the proposal of including the European Investment Bank more in this, but there's of course also the proposal of having again something like Next Generation EU, so that the EU could take debt in order to finance these things. And I think these will be very big debates, so it's difficult to say now how these debates will end, but they will matter a lot during the next years.
Thank you. Then Sophia, please.
Yeah, quick point on the MFF, because I'm looking at it same as curious as you do. Because, I mean, already last time around, member states wouldn't want to move on increasing the budget, and now all the national budgets are so much more tight. So, and I mean, unless we touch agriculture, and we know that this is very difficult too for some member states. Yeah, I'm very curious. This will be super difficult. And then a quick answer to the topics. All the ones that you mentioned right now, but I mean, my quick answer to this would be, it depends on every member state, because I mean, that is the core issue of these elections, that we do not have overarching EU themes that parties, take and run with, but that in every member state, there are different topics at stake, and people vote for, national politicians on national topics. And yeah, so you lead to the core of, the lacking transnational character of the EP elections.
Yeah, and just to directly pick on from that. So kind of this idea about second-order elections, which you described, but then we have also discussed this other term, European salience, which is kind of used by scholars, whether there would be these issues that would sometimes kind of decide the fate of the European elections, which would be on this bigger European level, like last time, climate change, and then kind of the green wave, and then you mentioned far right, or voting maybe against it. So I also agree that it is national. There will be topics like housing, the housing crisis in some member states, which will be important, or agriculture, as we've seen, and then this will be different in some countries. But who knows whether one day we might move towards more of this European salience and kind of a perception that we should vote on the things that can be solved at the level of the European Parliament and the European Union. I feel obliged to thank you for the comment on the kind of the Finnish government's agenda in the EU, and you kind of referred to this. I've also just read about it, but interestingly also from the European media, so kind of the Finnish bid to push for this preparedness union that you mentioned, kind of seen as a strong point of Finland, the way that we prepare for different crises, and then exporting it to the EU. So apparently it's kind of had some impact, as it's been reported already, but I wouldn't know more than you do. Except for this term that I have picked, that now finally we also have kind of a concept that we are trying to export in addition to all these unions. Mm-hmm. I mentioned the Union of Equality, which I've kind of studied myself on the von der Leyen agenda. So now we also have the Finnish term, preparedness union, which my colleagues tell me from Tampere University, Hanna Ojanen. So I talked to her about it, and she said that it's actually been long on the Finnish agenda. That it's interesting that it's finally now making some progress in this new crisis context.
Thank you so much for your interesting insights. And I now want to wrap up the panel and give the floor to the next one. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sanna.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us the entire afternoon. Now it's time for the last panel of the day. My name is Tyyne Karjalainen. I'm also a research fellow here at the EU research program of FIIA, covering EU foreign security policies and EU enlargement. 2 years ago, when Russia started its war of aggression on Ukraine, we saw EU enlargement policies being rebooted. There was a increasing realization in many European capitals that if we leave European states outside the Union, if we deny them from the European membership perspective, they will remain vulnerable for Russian aggression, interventions and control. this is the geopolitical framing of the rebooting of EU enlargement policies. At the same time, EU enlargement is of course not only about geopolitics, it's also about reforms in the candidate states. It's actually about state building, where local ownership was mentioned today. I think local ownership is not really there, since it's of course a very much Copenhagen criteria defined process. Then it's about reforms in the European Union, and this is the other topic that we will discuss here today. Luckily, I'm not here alone. We have two extremely knowledgeable speakers. We have a Minister for European Affairs, Anders Adlercreutz, who will start today, and then we have Kristi Reik, who is the Deputy Director and Head of Foreign Policy Program at the International Center for Defense and Security in Estonia. Now I'll ask first the Minister to take the floor to give his initial remarks, and then we will have a panel discussion after.
Thank you. Happy to be here. And greetings from Brussels, where I was there yesterday discussing security and discussing enlargement, topics that suddenly became topical for obvious reasons. So it's good to be here at the FIIA Forum and good to address the very important topic of EU enlargement. Thanks to the Finnish Institute of International Affairs for organizing this. You have been able to time this seminar perfectly, of course, as we are right in the middle of a process that will hopefully lead to a larger European Union. But we are obviously far from the actual enlargement still. There are many hurdles on the way, or 44 to be exact, according to Viktor Orbán. The reason we are here is also that when it comes to EU enlargement, it can, or let's say the main reasons behind it can easily be summarized in two words: Vladimir Putin. He's also the reason that Finland and Sweden are members of NATO today. Our NATO membership has been a long-time goal of my political party and of our sister parties in Sweden, and of Atte Harjanne also. But obviously the reason this became a reality, the war is awful and takes away some of the fanfare of this political victory. Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine is going on today as we speak. In its third year, it's our duty, it has to be our highest priority to make sure Ukraine prevails in this war. Russia cannot get away with anything that even resembles a victory in this war, as that would set a precedent that is not only immoral and wrong, but also very dangerous for Europe and beyond, because the result of this war will be analyzed beyond Europe. Our reaction will be analyzed. The reaction of the US will be analyzed in Beijing, if not in our places. In this fight, we also have to honestly acknowledge that we, as individual countries, have to do better. Finland is currently preparing its 23rd military aid package. The 22nd was just sent away. The total sum of our aid is 1.8 billion euros in total. And when you compare different European countries, you can safely say that everybody is not doing their share of this endeavor. If all EU countries had provided the same level of aid as the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries have, when counted as a percentage of their GDP, Ukraine would have received 70 billion euros more in military aid. That's the amount of the discrepancy. We cannot obviously say for sure what kind of effect that would have had, but it's very clear that it would have made a huge difference. So we're still not on the same level either as far as the perception of what really is at stake is. I just got back, as I said, from the General Affairs Council in Brussels. Also yesterday I made these same points as I have done from the day I was appointed to this position. We have to step up and we have to do better. There has been a lot of talk, but in many countries we have seen a lack of action, and that just has to change. We need arms production to reflect the reality of the situation. Our defense companies, they need orders so that they can invest. The governments of Europe have to step up their game, and many have. I think the Finnish government has, but everyone needs to follow. The situation in Ukraine is terrible, of course, but all countries between the EU and Russia are living under different kinds of constant harassment. The zone between the Free West, the European Union countries, and the brutal dictatorship of Russia has become an unpredictable zone of harassment. Countries like Moldova, like Georgia, like Serbia, like the Western Balkans, they see different kinds of interference every day. In some cases, straight-up hybrid warfare, like in Moldova. In some cases, straight-up military presence on their soil, like in Georgia. But in all cases, a level of interference that is just not acceptable. And the only solution that we directly can do in order to facilitate the situation, to ease the situation, is an EU membership. And this process is ongoing. We receive regular reports on the progress made in these countries, and that progress really indicates that they want to become EU members. Things have moved remarkably well in Ukraine, not at least considering the fact that Russia daily is shelling and bombing them indiscriminately. The path forward is clear. Steps are taken forward in a merit-based system. We have to make sure the process is fair and transparent, and that the progress made is being judged equally for all. I'm fully aware that there will be, and that there has been, criticism regarding this. Actually, I think that it's unfortunately inevitable that countries will complain on how other countries are treated in the process. It shouldn't be like that, of course, but in a complicated political process and a landscape that has many moving parts, this is what happens. This should obviously not discourage us from moving ahead and making sure that there is as little reason to complain as possible. Merit-based, it means just that. As issues are being solved and things move forward, there are rewards for this on the path to full membership. In December, the Council decided to open accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova after Orban exited the room. The Council granted Georgia candidate status. The other EU candidate countries are, as you know, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia and Turkey. Clearly, these countries are in very different stages on the way of membership. So will they all get there? Time will tell. The journey can and should be a goal of its own, though. Step by step, we are moving closer to each other through the process that is laid out, and make sure we can do our part and make sure progress is not lacking because of actions our governments take. So I choose to remain hopeful. There is a European path that leads you where you want to go and that leads to peace and freedom. We need to give the candidate countries the incentives. We have to give them rewards when they make progress. We have to show a clear path. And at the end of that path is membership in the European Union. A Europe whole and free. I think it can happen. Thank you.
Please have a seat here, and I now ask also our other speaker here. Thank you so much. I think Minister really well explained what happened in 2022 in terms of EU enlargement. Before this, we had 10 years of non-enlargement in the European Union, Western Balkan states that also got the candidate status or membership perspective after Yugoslavian wars, almost lost hope during the 10 years of the membership process not advancing. But now we are in a kind of hurry. We feel that if we don't move forward, we maybe lose the window of opportunity to promote democracy and stability through enlargement in the European Union. Kristi Raik, could you help me to answer this question that I have been trying to figure out in my own research? How could we fit together this hurry, this urgency of the geopolitical pressure and that we need to actually integrate these vulnerable states quickly, and the fact that, of course, meeting the membership criteria, developing state structures, modernizing economy takes time. What is your take on that?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for the great question. Let me start with this geopolitical aspect of enlargement. Indeed, we have a very strong understanding in Europe now that this enlargement is geopolitical. Because of geopolitics, it has to happen. And yet, I don't think we fully share a common view of what it means and what it requires from Europe then to follow this narrative and put it into practice. Of course, in order for enlargement to be successful, especially in the case of Ukraine, Ukraine needs to win the war. And this is the most urgent priority that we have right now in Europe. And this is really also the most pressing one for the Ukrainians themselves, although they fully understand, and I'm just back from Kiev myself, they fully understand that EU enlargement is a process that then gives them hope. This is the goal that they are working towards. They fully understand there are criteria and conditions to be met, and this is what Ukrainian civil society actually also wants to achieve. So they are our ally, an ally of the EU in this process. This is also important to keep in mind. But if we fail with this immediate, urgent need to help Ukraine fight the war and win the war, then we will also fail with enlargement, and we really have to acknowledge that. And also we have to acknowledge that even looking beyond the war, being a geopolitical Europe now and having a geopolitical union, we will also need to have solutions to the question of how to provide long-term security. Enlargement is kind of part of the picture. It is actually part of the solution of having long-term security in Europe. But then we will also need security guarantees for Ukraine. And the EU alone is not going to be able to provide these. Then we also have the parallel process of NATO enlargement. But at this point, it is not really moving anywhere, and that makes it all the more important to make sure that the EU process keeps moving ahead, even if we know that the kind of end point is somewhere many years ahead of us. And we have the security agreements that Ukraine has signed with several European countries, including the largest ones, France, Germany, and the UK. These are, of course, very important. We have to talk about the EU security assurances, but still we know and we can see when we look at the battlefield in Ukraine that all of this is not enough. And this is where we are with this enlargement and geopolitics and security kind of package of issues. And we need to urgently do more on military assistance, but then, of course, we need to keep the enlargement process going, and we need to make sure that it is credible. You mentioned the Western Balkans, where it really kind of went sour in the years before the full-scale war in Ukraine. And we can see now, looking at the mood in the Western Balkans, that once it got sour, it is very difficult to kind of have a fresh start again, although they would have this opportunity now, because due to the candidate country status of Ukraine and Moldova, enlargement is actually back on the EU agenda in a very serious way, and this is an opportunity also for the Western Balkan countries. But I think they kind of find it difficult to kind of fully believe in it and kind of grasp this opportunity and use it now to move also their process forward. But it's also then a moment to think of this process of enlargement, like how to make sure that there are steps on the way that make it more credible, that kind of reinforce this hope in the candidate countries that eventually they will actually join. And there are areas we can kind of used to integrate the candidate countries gradually to the EU. This is, of course, happening to some extent, and Ukraine is a good example with its association agreement and deep and comprehensive free trade agreement. Also, Moldova has a similar kind of agreement. And then security and defense is a field where kind of there is an obvious prospect to really work very closely with Ukraine when we talk about further developing EU defense, European defense cooperation, European defense industry. So we should do it in a manner that engages Ukraine.
That is a really good point, and of course, like previously, we have excluded any security and defense element or hard security element from our cooperation with Eastern partners in order to not provoke Russia. And of course, now we are still in the situation that Russia got provoked. So, do you think we should have then somehow the enlargement policy and our security and defense policy more intertwined when it comes to the Eastern neighborhood, or at the level of policies?
I would say so, yes, and to an extent they already are. And of course, the full-scale war has already hugely changed EU security and defense policy. And this is an ongoing process. And this is one area where we need to look at enlargement as an opportunity. We tend to talk, of course, about security and Ukraine as a problem. Of course, there is a war, and we need to somehow suddenly mobilize a lot of resources to help, and it's a huge effort. But then Ukraine is also a huge asset for European security and defense, and this is something we need to acknowledge, and we need to find ways then to support Ukrainians, of course, on the battlefield, but then also to look at how Ukraine is developing, for example, its defense industry, and very concrete issues like production of drones. They are making amazing progress in this field, and it's really changing the way wars are fought. It's an area where, of course, Russia is also moving, but China has been investing in it a lot in the past years. So where is Europe with this, and how do we see then the opportunity here, which is, of course, coming for this very dark reason that we are forced to think about things like that. But Ukraine is a big asset in this field.
Indeed. Let me now turn back to the minister. Could you then give us some kind of like picture of the discussion on reforms, EU reforms, I mean, and to what extent do the member states currently agree on what kind of reforms are needed in the EU before the next enlargement round?
I think there is a level of realism in the sense that there is a wide agreement that we can't open up everything. We have to go on from the present framework that we have and use the flexibility that exists within it. But I think now there is a big unanimity on the fact that enlargement has to go forward. But I think slowly, probably there will be a realization that it brings changes, not maybe in the general structures, but in how they are implemented. Cohesion policy will change. Agricultural policy will have to be restructured. The economical balance, the industrial balance will change. And as those facts materialize into numbers and changes on a national level, the discussion will probably intensify and get more difficult. Out of the countries that are net beneficiaries of EU funds, several of them will become net payers, of course, and that's only the natural way of things. But that is still a fact that can raise some issues in some countries. So I mean, we are far away from that, but the changes will be big. And now, of course, we come to the issue on how do we then make decisions within the EU. Finland has pushed the thought of having QMV voting in things regarding security and foreign policy. Now in the enlargement process, Germany and Slovenia has made the proposal of having the intermediate steps also decided through a QMV process, which of course would be helpful if you want to go forward. So there are, on a detailed level, there are things that are changing, but the big charter will not. I mean, it's not realistic to say that would be changing.
Please.
Yeah. Well, yes, a couple of comments on the internal reforms and then also the budgetary impact of enlargement and Ukraine's accession in particular. I think we should actually be a bit cautious in how we connect enlargement and internal reforms to each other, because this has become a kind of strong narrative that enlargement will require major internal reforms, while we know that there is no agreement in the EU about what exactly these internal reforms are. And I would rather say that the EU needs to enlarge, and it also needs to engage in internal reforms, but these are kind of separate paths, and we really need to move on both of them. Even if one of them stops for a while, we should work on the other one. And when it comes to this question of which reforms, strictly speaking, are absolutely necessary for the EU to take new members, well, it's actually not necessarily that huge issues. Institutionally, there are some very specific changes that need to be made, that can be made in the framework of the current treaties. Then budgetary, it's somewhat more difficult, but even there, I would say the concerns are often exaggerated. And of course, Ukraine is a huge country, and it is relatively poor compared to the current member states. And yet, when you look at the specific budgetary implications, we commissioned a study in our center in order to really have a better understanding of this question. The outcome, which we have discussed with the European Commission and also the finance ministries in several member states, it shows that actually even the budgetary impact is something that is manageable. And there will be a cost that will come with Ukraine's accession. The other candidate countries are so much smaller that it is, of course, a much smaller issue. But according to the estimate that we made, and of course many things can change by the time Ukraine actually joins, but the estimate was that the extra cost would be about 18-19 billion of euros per year. And look at how much the EU is spending today on supporting Ukraine. Well, we have just adopted the 50 billion package for 4 years, 12.5 billion a year. So the change is not that dramatic. And why it is not that dramatic? Because there are different tools in the EU toolbox that can be used to manage the cost. There are kind of caps that can be put on different costs in different fields. And then, of course, there will be transition periods that will kind of smoothen the process. So we should not kind of talk ourselves into this kind of really gloomy scenarios that it will be impossibly expensive and impossibly difficult to accept new members, but we should rather have a more detailed discussion and look into the different fields and different issue areas, and then we find out that actually it is all manageable and it is doable if we have the political will. And then the question of internal reform is indeed, to some extent, better to keep a bit detached from enlargement. Even, let's assume that enlargement fails, we still would like the EU to be more effective in its decision-making. And there are ways then that we should be pursuing the internal reform, and kind of one of the reasons why this is so difficult issue and why this is necessary is actually that we are in a situation where we see one of the member states has abandoned the EU values. And this is something no one kind of expected or predicted when the EU was designed, but this is the situation where we are in. And this same member state also being obstructive on very many decisions in the EU. So we really need to think of ways to make sure that one or two member states cannot kind of hold everyone else hostage. And here the QMV expansion comes in, of course, as one of the answers that we need to address.
Related to this, I would like to ask one question from both of you. If we think of the previous enlargement rounds and the kind of lessons learned from those rounds, could you pick up one particular thing that we should now do differently or reflect for the next time the EU enlarges?
I wasn't really around at that time, so I mean, my analysis is probably very, very, very lacking in the details. But I think this is not probably not the thing you really asked me. But I can think about your first what you said first about the two different discussions. When we're talking about the merit-based approach, we're talking about enlargement, and then we talk about helping Ukraine at the same time. I think, I mean, helping Ukraine, that's like that's our work here. And when you have a merit-based approach, that's like that's the thing that we should do first in order for all the other merit-based approaches or steps being possible. So we, at present, we leave. I mean, helping Ukraine. That's a thing that we are very big when it comes to words, but we are still lacking in helping Ukraine. At the same time, we don't understand that this is really connected to enlargement as a process. So unless if the help isn't strong enough, then enlargement might not happen as far as Ukraine goes, because that would lead to Ukraine to being in a situation where being a member isn't possible. So of course, Ukraine has to do its step, but in order for those steps to be relevant, we have to help Ukraine so that those things can go forward. But in general, when you look at the Union of today, I think it's clear that if the member countries aren't stable democracies, if the rule of law doesn't have a foundation that can stand the rise of a populist leader or anything else, then enlargement has a bleak future. So I mean, we have to take care of that being a really cornerstone of everything. We can't have political considerations somehow pushing the imperative of solid rule of law reforms to the sidelines. And then, of course, see to it that our present members also fulfill the same requirements.
Thank you. Soon we will turn to the questions from the audience, but quickly, can you still bring one lesson from the previous enlargement round, maybe from Estonian perspective?
Yes, and I actually happened to start my career as a researcher studying the big EU enlargement that happened 20 years ago. Well, one thing that is actually quite similar today and compared to 20 years ago is this discussion about fears and concerns in the old member states. There were very similar concerns when before Estonia joined, that with enlargement decision-making will get paralyzed and the budget will explode and the labor market will be distorted. And many of these fears were actually, with hindsight, we can say they were really exaggerated. So this is one challenge then for the politicians in the member states to avoid kind of going along. It's so easy to go along with these concerns, and populist parties certainly want to manipulate these. But we should really try to be very result-oriented and discuss about these issues with a kind of mindset of knowing that they are actually manageable. And then, of course, meeting the membership criteria, this is hugely important. And from the 2004 enlargement, what we have learned that even if the candidate countries then meet the conditions, it's still possible that after they join, there will be some backlashes in some countries. And that's, I think, the difficult thing to think about, like how we can be better prepared to act in that kind of possible situations.
Yeah. If you remember the billboards around Finland in '94 when we had our discussion on EU membership and all the terrible things that EU would bring to Finland, you can say that, of course, I mean, those fears were unfounded, which relates to your argument about us all probably being too anxious about the change, whereas the change probably will not be that dramatic as far as the everyday workings of the union is concerned.
Good points. Thank you so much. Now, do we have questions in the audience? Let me see. Maybe we start from the second floor, second row, and then, or however you want to.
I'm not expert, but a lot of the references done today regarding Ukraine. So Maxim Kravchuk, Embassy of Ukraine. Minister, first of all, thank you very much for a strong stance supporting Ukraine and supporting a way of Ukraine to the membership in the EU. And I would like to underline several things, if I may. First and foremost, we fully agree that it should be a merit-based approach. But we need to start the process. That's why we are asking to launch accession negotiations, to start the process, opening each chapter and ensuring that Ukraine has implemented all reforms through this negotiation process. So it's a critical nowadays to start this process as soon as possible. As Ukraine done all homework after one homework with 7 recommendations and then another homework with 4 recommendations. So I believe that we have solid grounds here to start the process of reforms, or even to finalize reforms, because on many tracks Ukraine achieved substantial progress. Let's take that we have done our self-screening very fast. So we are really capable to do reforms, but just give us a chance to start the talk. Another thing here, it's more about the previous session regarding the elections to the European Parliament. And I would suggest to make our discussion a more positive one. Despite of all difficulties and our challenges which Ukraine faces right now, Ukraine has a strong will to contribute to the prosperity of the EU. As a powerful IT power and to contribute to the digital transformation of the EU. Ukraine has a strong will to contribute in green transition as a powerful energy hub. And of course, Ukraine wants to contribute to overall European security and to strengthen the outreach of Europe when it comes, for example, to the food security. So when we talk about European Parliament elections and so on, let's talk to the grassroots and to their audiences. That is not just a prize. And last not least is here, recovery and long-term modernization of Ukraine would be a great project which would contribute to the economic dynamics in the EU and in Europe. So we have a lot of things where we can find the positive energy. So finally, I would like to ask kindly everyone just to support the idea and processes that we need to start the process of accession negotiations. Thank you very much.
If I can quickly add one question on that, maybe it's also interesting whether the candidate countries can contribute to the discussion on EU reform and participate in creating the EU that they will then become part to. But now, please.
Yeah, so Atte Harne, Member of Parliament. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you, you two, or actually three, for voicing out like the need for support Ukraine constantly. Also today, but I would come to a tricky issue that Maxim also said one word: food security, agriculture. Just recently, EU made an outright stupid decision, I think, for restricting the exports from Ukraine to EU regarding agricultural products. How do you see fitting this issue in the future, making sure that this doesn't become a problem for the EU integration of Ukraine, because Ukraine is a massive, of course, agricultural production country, and then this is a tricky issue in many member states. Thanks for the minister for the opposing this as Finland, but well, it didn't come true. But yeah, so how do you see fitting agricultural policy of EU with the integration of Ukraine to the Union?
Thank you very much for both questions, and maybe let's start from Kristi Raik.
Thank you. Yes, agriculture, indeed, it's one of the most kind of tricky issues. Ukraine being such a huge agricultural producer with its very fertile soils and very competitive agricultural production. We should really be able to see it as an asset. And globally, Ukraine's role in food security is huge, as we also heard from the Ukrainian comment. And once Ukraine will be in the EU, of course, the EU's role in global food security will grow. And the main markets for Ukrainian products are global, so they're not that much in the EU. And yet we are in this situation where the Polish farmers have been blocking the Polish-Ukrainian border. And I must say, I have been to both Kiev and Warsaw during the past few weeks and trying to understand what exactly is this about and how it could be possibly solved. And this not being my field usually, I must say that I have still failed to completely understand. It's politically very sensitive, of course, in Polish domestic politics. It's a lot about actually that, about the complications in Polish domestic politics and what is the readiness of the government to tackle the issue. And then you come up with solutions that kind of maybe try to alleviate this kind of public discourse and the perceived problem and try to show the government is trying to do something, but I'm not so convinced this is actually the right solution to the right problem at all. And the trade balance between Poland and Ukraine, I was told, is actually to Poland's favor. I mean, Poland is exporting more to Ukraine than vice versa, even in the field of agricultural products. So I remain deeply puzzled about this, and I really hope we can find a more kind of sensible way out of this whole issue.
Yeah, I think, this example shows how we are really lacking a general strategic awareness of what is at stake. We are talking about enlargement, but we are not supporting Ukraine enough so that there is conditions to enlarge, in the sense that we are not helping enough. We are discussing, the peace fund, the peace facility that was now we agreed on the 5 billion package, but we are deducting things given earlier, so it's essentially not a 5 billion thing, nor the 21 that Finland wanted it to be. We're discussing financial aid to Ukraine, but we are not using the easiest tool we have, free trade. That is, the best, most sustainable way to help a country. So we are there somehow crawling back into our protectionistic holes for domestic political reasons, which is incredibly short-sighted. And at the same time, as I've understood it, there is Russian grain imports to Europe. These equation doesn't really compute on a logical level, and which just shows that we have a lack of strategic awareness of what our real aim is, and then we should mirror everything that we do with that aim in mind, and make the prudent decisions on every step.
But does this mean then, I'll give you the floor sooner, does this mean that then that we are going back to the same situation, that we will have bilateral issues between the EU member states and the applicant countries, like delaying the membership process?
Yes, I mean, at present, that seems to be the case. I mean, we are having, I mean, bilateral issues are keeping the enlargement process hostage to some extent. It's a case for the Western Balkan countries. The relationship between Hungary and Ukraine, well, it's difficult to say what really is at stake, but the stated reason is, among other things, the Hungarian minority in Ukraine, which, as far as I know, have really pleaded to Orban to get the enlargement process going. So they do not, as far as I understand, agree with this picture of the world, but still they are kind of used as pawns here to some extent. Yes, I mean, this has, of course, earlier also been the case in enlargement, that some countries, some issues have been held hostage, whether it's EU enlargement or NATO enlargement. So I guess that's the cynical world of politics, but it can't be, I mean, you can't, it's not in the general European interest for sure.
Thanks. I actually just wanted to add or bring in a thing that has not been mentioned yet when we talk about supporting Ukraine and how hard it is to mobilize enough resources. Of course, we constantly need to also look for new solutions. And one issue where it seems there is positive movement, to not to only speak about negative things, is this question of using the Russian frozen assets. Mm-hmm. Or at least to begin with the profits generated by these assets. So I understand this issue is moving forward, and we are actually talking about huge sums of money. It's close to 200 billion in the EU alone, and then 300 billion altogether in Western countries. So if we can mobilize these funds, that's going to be a huge step forward.
Yeah, and yes, of course, at present we're talking about the proceeds from these funds, not the funds by themselves. But here it's of course important that we don't kind of use these to compensate something that we've given earlier. It has to be considered aid on top of existing aid in order for it to really be impactful. I was in Washington a few weeks ago and they discussed this, and the Americans I talked with said that, okay, in the case of the Kuwait war, they could use all the frozen Iraqi funds, I mean, not only the proceedings, but all the frozen funds, which just, I mean, reflects the different, as I've understood it, the different legislative framework that they have. It was possible in the US, but in Europe, so far, it's not considered to be possible. Then we, of course, have several countries still in the Union that oppose even using the proceedings, but maybe those are hurdles that we can overcome.
Thank you so much. I think we could discuss these topics for forever, but I think next I need to let Program Director Juha Jokela to conclude the FIIA Forum for this year. Please let us thank our excellent panelists for today for this really good discussion.
I was actually asked to close the FIIA Forum, so I think there is so much on the table, so much discussions here today that it would be very difficult to provide some sound conclusions in a short time. I will maybe pick up two themes that kind of came to my mind when I was listening to different panels and also the keynote addresses. And this was also something what was mentioned by Mikael Matlin, our deputy director, in the beginning, the times of radical uncertainty. And I think this is something we have felt it has come here to North during the past years, and it kind of shapes our way of seeing the European Union as well as the world and our immediate neighborhood. But what we have understood, I think, today is that if we look at a bit broader, if we zoom out, as Johanna said, the eastern neighborhood, the southern neighborhood, many regions in the world, we have discussed about Africa, times of radical uncertainty have been everyday life during this era of post-Cold War times, which we think was a kind of time of stability. And here I think the important factor, what might shape also the coming European elections, is the kind of link between the external and internal. And when there was a question from the audience about what themes might come up in the election campaigns, I think it's very difficult to predict. But I think one can see this times of radical uncertainty, also hard military power, debates and discussions looming around those elections. And we often think that this is something what the border countries next to Russia feels and are living through. But when I've been traveling in Europe, these discussions are taking place in countries like Portugal, Spain, and so forward. So I think this is one element where we can see the nexus between the external and internal. And then, of course, it's very important and exciting to see what will be the implications in the elections. My second point relates to the fact that we have heard many critical analyses of the European Union here today. And I'm really happy about that, because sometimes we EU researchers face a criticism that we are pro-European, and we tend to look at the European Union through sort of rosy lenses and what comes with that. And I think we have really seen that the study of European Union, its policies, its global role, its internal politics, as well as the research community, experts, as well as policymakers are very critical, and there is a lot of criticism around. And I think this is a healthy phenomenon. Of course, this self-reflectiveness it becomes a difficult factor if it prevents the union from action. And I think this is something what the recent debates about the geopolitical EU and a more powerful EU is why it's important. In closing, I want to thank all the excellent speakers we have had here. We have had 2 ministers. Thank you very much for your time. We have had excellent speakers who have traveled from far away. Thank you for your input. And we have had also a very big audience here in the Music Center, and I also heard a big audience online. This has been really a successful event in my mind. You might also have spotted that this has been truly a team effort of FIIA researchers and research teams, and I want to thank in particular Niklas Helvig and Manuel Müller, who've been leading the program planning, especially respect to their own sessions in the program. I also want to mention the FIIA's very professional outreach and event team who have been here with us today and over the past autumn have guided us through in the organization of this event. There is obviously Kukka Marjakovski, there is Kirsi Mertala, as well as Maija Salonen and many other people from FIIA. This work has been extremely important in many ways for us. So now it's time to close this event, and my final task is to invite you all for a reception. And I can promise one thing, there will be no speeches. We have heard a lot of speeches and discussions here today, and this event will be merely for networking and mingling and discussing about the topics perhaps we have discussed here today as well. This event is now closed. Thank you very much, and see you in the foyer at the reception.